Welcome to Grand Hyatt Kuala Lumpur. Thank you for selecting us as your meeting and event venue. As your safety and well-being is of utmost importance to us, we invite you to watch the Safety in Evacuation Procedure presentation. We seek your kind attention as the information may help guide you in the case of an emergency. Stop what you are doing and ensure that anything you have been using is left safe. Leave the building using the nearest exit point. Do not use lifts when vacating the building. Proceed to the emergency assembly point located at the Kuala Lumpur Convention Centre VIP parking. Do not re-enter the building until the alarm is silenced and you are authorized by the fire marshals. Evacuation routes. You are now in the Grand Ballroom, which is located on the ground floor of the building. Exit doors are located next to the Grand Ballroom foyer and at the main entrance. Walk left down the hotel driveway towards Jalan Pinang. Turn left again and walk along the sidewalk towards the Kuala Lumpur Convention Centre. Keep calm and be careful at all times. Fire marshals will be present to guide you. Once you are safely at the assembly point, please help to ensure that all members of your group are accounted. Thank you for your attention and have a pleasant day.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are delighted to have you here with us today. Welcome to the Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program, or MUCP, achievement event under the theme Progressing Together MUCP Contribution to a Sustainable Future. Before we start, we would like to give you some hospitality information. 1. Please keep your phone silent during all the sessions. 2. Prayer room is located in level 1, and if you need a toilet, it will be in the left side. Going back to the event, I would like to welcome Mr. Mohammed Daud Mohammed Arif, Undersecretary for Strategic Planning in International Relations, Ministry of Education, Secretary General of Malaysia, National Commission for UNESCO. Dr. Miang Choi, Officer in Charge, UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Regional Office in Jakarta, representation for Malaysia, Brunei Darussalam, Indonesia, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste. Mr. Ahmadul Mohtar bin Mohyani, Executive Secretary of Malaysia, National Commission for UNESCO. Ambassadors, ladies and gentlemen. The Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program is a collaborative initiative between the Government of Malaysia and the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO. Today, we will have an exciting agenda ahead. In the morning session, we will learn about the history and activities of MUCP and explore its remarkable achievements and support of MUCP in UNESCO. Additionally, we will learn about one of MUCP's significant products contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs. In the afternoon, we will be witnessing the launch of the MUCP Coffee Table Book, which presents a comprehensive summary of all the activities carried out during the 10 years of the Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program. We encourage everyone to stay with us throughout the day as we have a wealth of knowledge and engaging events awaiting us. Without further ado, let us commence with the first session and warmly welcome Mr. Ardhito Kodijat from UNESCO Jakarta to introduce the MUCP program.
Thank you very much. Very good morning. Very good morning, Mr. Muhammad Daud. Welcome, Pak Ahmadul. Welcome, and Dr. Miang Choi. Welcome, and of course, welcome everyone who has come far away from the different regions of the world, from Africa, from Pacific, as well as from the Asia Pacific region. And thank you very much for this opportunity. So, yeah, we have a very great 3 days ahead, and I was asked to share with you a little bit about the history and the background of the what we call, and hopefully this becomes a very famous jargon, the MUCP, or the Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program. So, as it is history, so it started actually 65 years ago, in 1958, where Malaysia becomes a member of UNESCO. So it has been 55 years, and usually 55 is where actually you start to get your retirement, but not in this case. I think the older you get, the wiser you get, and the more active you get. So we are really very happy that the MUCP has been very active in the past 10 years. So 51 years after joining UNESCO, where Malaysia have developed and become a very important global player, on the 39th of the General Conference, Malaysia and UNESCO initiated the Malaysia-UNESCO Cooperation Program. So, and this Malaysia Cooperation Programs start to be implemented in 2013. So it has been 10 years of implementation, and we can see on the left side and the right side a lot of the activities that has been done in cooperations between many countries with the support of this Malaysian UNESCO Cooperation Program, which we also know by MFIT, which is the Malaysian Funds and Trust Program. So Malaysia committed about $9 million to implement various of activities, and it was implemented in the 10 years through all the activities, and we are going to go through a little bit briefly about this, what has been actually achieved by the program of MUCP through the funding of Malaysian Funds and Trust. So, one of the very unique is that the Malaysian Fund and Trust, or the MUCP, is actually focusing on South-South cooperation. And this is quite unique because usually when we have the MFIT, it is more general, or there is also in UNESCO what we call the self-benefiting, which is supporting. So a country which is providing UNESCO with the funding to actually help to implement programs in the country. Now, with the MFIT or MUCP, it is very unique because the support that is being provided by Malaysia is to actually support South-South cooperation. And this actually indicated that Malaysia has become a global player in terms of actually supporting many of the South-South cooperation. And we will see later on how actually it has been engaged and actually widely supported globally. So the South-South cooperation is, of course, the framework for collaboration among countries in the different fields. And then the special emphasis of the South-South cooperation, MUCP has become the platform for collaboration, an exchange of expertise between Malaysia, between other South or southern part of the global experts, and so forth. And of course, as it becomes a very unique characteristic of the MUCP contributes across the nation but then still focusing on the 5 mandates of UNESCO, which is natural science, education, culture, communication information, as well as social and humanities. So this is, and as I mentioned, in 2013, MUCP started. And if we recall, at that time, globally, we are actually implementing what we call the Millennium Development Goal. So in 2013, when the program was established, the focus of MUCP, focusing on South and South, but then at that time, we are focusing on the end of the Millennium Development Goal, which we call MDG. Now, 2015, globally, there is a new platform, and it's called SDG, which is the Sustainable Development Goal. So by that time, in 2015, MUCP also adjusted from MDG, going to focus on the SDG, which is the Sustainable Development Goal. And not only that, also involved in other of the global platforms, like the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, as well as for the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction. So MUCP has been quite flexible in terms of starting with MDG, but then following the development of the global frameworks and trying to continue to evolve as well as develop into this type of the global frameworks that is developed. So, and we are very I'm talking on behalf of UNESCO, if I may. We are very grateful for these contributions of MUCP. And actually, within 10 years, we are able to actually implement more than 36 projects of activities. And unfortunately, we are not able to display all the 36 here. I think we'll need more time, more space. So, but many of these projects that is being displayed is basically most of the activities that is, we took as a highlight. It doesn't mean that this one is important, but we try to look into, because all is important, but we like to look into which can be actually highlighted in a very short time, as well as to convey actually the real message of the MUCP. So, and because this is an international collaboration, as I mentioned, MUCP is engaging with many of the expertise globally. Then the main focus of the SDG is the SDG 17, which is the partnership. However, it doesn't mean that only SDG 17. Actually, the MUCP involved in 14 out of the 17 SDGs. But as MUCP, it focuses on SDG 17, which is on international partnership. So, as I mentioned, so there is 14 of the 17 SDGs that actually MUCP have been contributing in many ways, in many forms, but contributing into the achievement of this 14 of the 17 SDG. We were able to develop within the 10 years 36 project activities, and it's not a small project, it is a big project, it is involving many countries. And we can see that out of this 36 projects, 14 projects involved with education, 7 projects address the natural sciences, 4 projects address the social and human sciences, 3 projects address culture, 3 projects are just the communication information, and 5 actually program support in terms of how actually the MUCP is being implemented and a strategically planned program within the years of this 10 years. And out of these 36 projects, as I mentioned, and behind we have the map of how actually MUCP impacted. So it is not only in Malaysia, as I mentioned, it actually, Malaysia is contributing to the global activities. And it's involved from African countries, Asia Pacific, focusing on small island development states, as well as focusing on least developed countries. So the contributions actually becomes very wide, addressing all. But then one of the unique is that it focuses on the southern part of the globe, because this is part of the South-South cooperation. And out of this, there are 5 projects which is actually outstanding success and actually being upscaled into a more wider audience. So the initial project was actually as a seed, and then it was successfully, so the project then was upscaled into a wider, more participation. So this is a very interesting statistics, and I tried to memorize all the statistics, but it's just too much, so allow me just to follow this through because I think this is very important. First is that the MUCP in the 10 years have affected 7,000 people. So 7,000 people were engaged across from Asia, Pacific, Africa, and so on. And you can imagine how actually it is greatly impacted. And within the 10 years, 87 countries have participated, and the 75% of the 87 are coming from the southern part of the globe. And 80 partners country worldwide, which then it actually represents 41% of the world's nation. So again, a very big impact, a very big engagement. 30 major implementing partners, and out of the 30, almost 90% are from the global south. So, and 10 is actually from the least developed countries. So you can see that how actually the network that has been developed by MUCP is actually also impacting the least developed countries. Exchanging of experts, a lot of capacity was built. 103 partners from 28 major international implementation organizations. Of course, experts from these 87 countries that are involved is actually engaged and benefited. So MUCP has benefited 55% of the world least developed countries and 36% of small island developing states. And this is, of course, the MUCP, because Malaysia is part of the UNESCO Jakarta. However, the involvement of the activities is not per se on UNESCO Office Jakarta. It actually involves other UNESCOs globally. So 15 of UNESCO offices in Asia, Pacific, Africa, Europe are actually engaged with MUCP. So 15 of this UNESCO know about what is MUCP. They actually also benefited in terms of implementing activities of MUCP. And proudly to say, 31 of the Malaysian Institute is actually also participated in the, so the 31 Malaysian Institutes actually contributing to the global, engaging and developing partners globally. So just to say that it is really an amazing impact in the past 10 years. And this is only the statistics. Of course, this is number, but there are, of course, intangible impact that we cannot really measure because there will be also involving, influencing personal development, influencing networking, influencing different kind of development. So, MUCP has served as a common interest. So, and this is where when we have the 39th Global Conference in 2009, where actually we are aligning between the Malaysia and UNESCO in trying to implement this under this different sectors. We are engaging with research organizations, government, and communities. Again, 700 individuals learned a great deal, so their involvement. Many of participants who we actually invite to come engage with MUCP maybe in the early stage, 2017, 18, and 19. Then they are still actually engaged in many of the activities. So, MUCP has been proven as a model for global leadership, and as I mentioned, the characteristic of South-South cooperation really highlights as well as the trademark of this MUCP. And while engagement of these 87 countries, a major success, of course, MUCP is not the end. MUCP is the starter, MUCP is the seed, so there should be continuing of these collaborations that has been developed as well as nurtured through MUCP. Reflection, so MUCP, as I mentioned, so it highlights personal growth. So many engagements through MUCP have actually developed network globally. Many actually engagement with the MUCP helps them in the career development in the countries. So there are a lot of personal stories that we can hear. The countries, Global South, which is very benefited from the MUCP. And MUCP is a model for the international cooperation, again, as the model for South-South cooperations, and as a model that South-South cooperation can actually work with this support. And it's, therefore, MUCP is supporting the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. 14 of the Sustainable Development Goals is addressed under MUCP. And again, this is something that the Sustainable Development Goals is still another maybe 16 years ahead. So I think continuing the activities will actually improving or proving the actually support of MUCP in terms of achieving these SDGs. So today, basically, what we are aiming is that we would like to share with you. It is a really sad day and are very unfortunate that we have reaching the end of the MUCP. But there are a lot of lessons learned, a lot of experience, a lot of knowledge have been gained, a lot of products that has been produced, a lot of information that has been shared. So our 3 days is basically we would like to share with you as an example of how actually MUCP have been impacting not only Malaysia, but globally. And so, of course, we will continue to strengthen our partnership with Malaysia. I think Malaysia is always an important part of UNESCO. And Malaysia has been with UNESCO for 65 years already. So it is a very strong cooperation. We hope that there will be students coming so that they can see actually how actually cooperations and activity has been done between Malaysian institutions as well as global institutions. And hopefully this will also encourage them or motivate them to actually get involved in UNESCO activities in the future. And of course, is in this exhibition. So, as I mentioned, we are coming to the end. We have a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, a lot of products, so we don't want all of this by the end of MUCP vanish, because this is a very high value wealth of information, knowledge, and we would like to keep this. And as part of this activity is we revitalize the MUCP website. MUCP website has been there for a while, but then coming to the closing of this MUCP, we thought that we need to revitalize, make it more accessible. And therefore, we now have a new website of MUCP, and all the repository of knowledge, of network, of product, of information is available in this MUCP website. And we will have the QR code if somebody can help to show. So, take off your handphone, look at this, store this, because this will be a very valuable information. You can always refer to this. There are a lot of knowledge, network, product that is available to all of you. So make sure that you, and if you already scan this QR, you will go into the website. Maybe we can just provide a screenshot of the website. So this will be basically how the website will be occurred. This website will continue to be available, at least for the next few years. And all the information, there is the project information, there is publication informations, there is the knowledge platform, and of course there is news and contact. And we will also update this website with our activities of this final day of the MUCP achievement. With that, I thank you very much for your kind attention. Again, I would like to invite to give applause to MUCP. I think MUCP have been a very major contributions to the global, and it showed by the wealth that is now in the website as the repository. Thank you very much, and have a good morning, and hopefully you enjoy the next 3 days. Thank you. Thank you. Waktunya kelamaan ya?
I need the two crews.
Thank you, Mr. Ardito, for the detailed information about MUCP, which will lead us to the next session on the achievement and support of MUCP in UNESCO. For this session, we would like to invite Professor James Kemkin to moderate the session. Professor Jeff is an adjunct professor at the Institute of Agriculture, University of Western Australia, and also editor-in-chief of World Water Policy Journal. Professor Kemkin is very familiar with the MUCP program, and he has been involved with some of the MUCP activities since 2016. Professor Kemkin, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much to all, and particularly to Malaysia, for the invitation to be here for this event. MUCP has been very much one of my career highlights, having been involved since 2016. I've seen some of the growth of the program, and I've seen some of the growth of the people involved, and it really is a pleasure to be involved with MUCP. I am a great fan. Congratulations to everyone. I'd like to invite the speakers for this session. We will have 4 speakers: Mr. Ninyi Thwang, Ms. Adi Wulandari, Ms. Fitri Nuritasari, and Mr. Edito Kodijat will also present. So if I could have you all up here now, please. Thank you very much for joining me here, and welcome.
Thank you.
In this session, we will first hear from Mr. Ninyi Thwang, who will present on MUCP achievements in education. Mr. Thwang will speak for 35 minutes and be followed by a joint presentation from our other 3 speakers for 20 minutes. After that time, we'll have 15 minutes, hopefully a little more, for question and answers from the floor before taking a coffee break. So be thinking about your questions as we go through and store them up, and we look forward to those questions shortly. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you. First of all, I would say instead of sitting, I like how Adito presents for walking around, and we are the ground people, so we have to move around. So let me stand up and present so that I can see my presentation. So thank you so much. I would say it's a very memorable for me, Adito, also, because I've been involved in not only as in this event, but also from the beginning of this MUCP program started for this education policy planning project. I was involved from, at the time I was in headquarters also. So I will say, first of all, I would like to say that it's my great honor and a pleasure to participate not only this event, but also to join this MUCP program, supported program from since the beginning also. And I truly thank you for that also. So now here, what I would like to, my colleague Artito has already explain about the overview and also what are the achievements and also what we have been contributing towards achieving the SDG. Now what I would like to highlight is about the education, and then as he mentioned, we have many projects in a lot across areas. So I'm not going to tell one by one because there's many things, and as he mentioned, and then there's a full website that's there and all the relevant information about our program, our activity, and our publication, our contribution, everything like that. So I will really highlight, and also I will share my experience as to how I had contributed, how I interact with some of my colleagues and our participants are there, so inviting. So that's what I would like to share with you also. So as he mentioned also, but particularly for the education, you will see that, we have this MUCB program, we have 14 projects. But apart many projects together with the communication, culture, natural science, and education, we have 14 projects. And then this project covers Asia, Pacific, and Africa, which I already did. But you see that we are not, this education program, it's also, we strategically design and develop all the program. You will see that from covering all the relevant area of SDG 4, important area like ECCE, and then we also have the education, ESD, Education Sustainable Development, also STAND program, Education Policy and Planning as a foundation, and then TVET, and also ECCE also. One thing which I would like to highlight is that when we started this MUCB, Education and Sustainable Development, Dr. Mignon know very well. It's a very new thought and idea, and you will see that this program, our MUCB program, I will little bit introduce to you, make it serve as a springboard and foundation towards and expanding and also elaborating this concept and idea to leading toward the formulation of SDG goal. At the time, we don't have it. As Adidu mentioned about this, the EFA and MDG. So you see, I think a weeks ago, we have this, the Bali, this is the ESD program and work conference. That's actually the seed start from this MUCB program, which I would like to specifically mention. I would like to thank for that. Also, Malaysian government also. So here, again, what I related to you is, we're not just getting the, okay, now we have money, let's do the project, which are fancy about it. We have a very strategic theory of change and how we should achieve, together with other programs, UNESCO relevant area. So what we have to do is we try to develop this kind of the theory of change, and then looking from what we would like to achieve, the impact, and then looking at all the program output, and then we design all the formula, all the program to what you will see that all across our UNESCO competent area, systematically and carefully designed, and to get it, this different activity has been carried out. And you will see that within this education project, you will see we address the education reform and policy, which are foundation, and then also we address to the STEM capacity for girl education, early childhood, TVET, all across to interlink and to create the synergy, what we have done. And then also, I'm not going to mention, I think he mentioned attitude, it's already there, we across, and then all this focusing for South-South cooperation, so we try to reach there. Actually, that this I copy from your website, but I think we need to include more in Africa also. Actually, I remember that we organized this policy reform program in here for this South-South cooperation. Many more countries has been participated from Africa as well. So here, I would say that, how the project, we have 14 projects, and you will see the list. And then Asia and the Pacific also benefited, particularly. And then also, we have a specific program for education and sustainable development for Pacific South Island country as well. And then also, we have it's also interlinked and benefit to the Asia and the Pacific, the Asia and the Pacific and Africa as well. And then all across, the many programs are interlinked and try to make it from policy reform, policy planning to across ECCE, and then the girl education stand as a TVET and as a higher to the level also. That's what we have done. So here, allow me to introduce one of the key highlights of some of the program. First one, I really would like to highlight about this strengthening leadership for education policy. So this program, what we designed it's to try to strengthen the capacity and enrich the experience and then also the knowledge from the Malaysian institution to across the other Asia and the Pacific to mutually benefit to achieve and then benefit for that. So here in that program, we have designed, and also as Mr. Arido mentioned, not only the UNESCO Jakarta, not only for UNESCO Bangkok, other UNESCO institutions plus Malaysia institution jointly together to develop and implement together. Here you will see that program, UNESCO Institute for Education and Planning, located in headquarters. They are also part of us to work together because they have a strength and capacity, which is UNESCO, the institution working together with the Malaysia institution to develop and also to build the capacity at the education policy reform, and then towards all this, the participating country also. So this program, what we do is we carry out this several capacity development workshop activity, and then to carry out in some of the activity or workshop has been happening we organize in here also. So this program lasts long, and then also at the time it's 2016 towards, it is a right moment for us to really educate and also to work together and to build the capacity of our education policy and planner, to introduce, orient, and then systematically plan for their relevant education policy program in the SDG, formulation of SDG 4 also. That will benefit a lot and reflect for the many members in the country. I would namely Cambodia, Laos, Myanmar at the time. Also, I will give you the one specific case to designing their education sector plan to reflecting this. So it will greatly benefit to us to really laying down and transition toward EFA, education for all, toward the SDG 4 also. And then here also, that also extended, so you will see that also we go across not only Asia and Southeast Asia, and some also contributing toward for the supporting the SAARC country. It's now many of the colleagues from here also. It's a South Asia Association, like our ASEAN in the South Asia, and we work together. We develop the SDG 4 monitoring mechanism to there also. And then also our colleagues, senior colleagues are joining together. And then here is the USC, some of the results. I'm not going to list down a lot, but many of the, here you were one of the highlights, more than 100 education planners from Asia and Africa, through the all regional dialogue, we work with the capacity together. With the support of Institute of Education Policy and Planning at IEP from the Paris together. And then one of the specific case, which I would like to show it to you, it's inspired from the Malaysia blueprint. I'm sure you are from the education sector, you know very well how Malaysia education blueprint has been created and developed. Inspired from this education blueprint, one specific country, it's a Bhutan, they really would like to have this kind of the process. And then together, Malaysia institution, UNESCO Bangkok office, at the time I was in headquarters. I was working together, and then we developed the Bhutanese blueprint, education blueprint, which inspired from the Malaysia education blueprint. And that is one of the concrete, specific in-country activity. And you will look at, you will Google the Ministry of Education in Bhutan, you will find out about their education blueprint or education sector plan, they call it. You will see a lot of touch and reflection or also idea from your blueprint also. So that's one of the concrete, how the South-South cooperation has been working together. So you will have a look, and they are really thank for that. And at the time I was in Paris, I fly from the Paris, thanks MUCB, and also colleague from the here, and working together, and then this is the truly result, and from there they came into another event round has been happening. So here is another one, and then so this is I just showed some of the picture we have taken together. But what important thing is we have carried out the education blueprint, workshop, and then also because of that, they were able to seek the funding from the GPE for 2.5 million to further support for early childhood education. This is my colleague there. We are working together for that also. So this is a kind of chain actions. But although start from the beginning, little small one, or I shouldn't say little small one, it's a seed, but that also inspiring and synergetic toward for having this concrete activity. And then also within this context, also we thought that it should be good to have the network together. So we have ERI Education Research Network, Institute Network has been established, and then you will see NECMEC. Many of you may be the member of this research institution. This is a part of the beginning of the story of this, our NECMEC also. So here is the after policy, what next? Also, one of the projects, what we do is that we do the kind of the reform for 21st century. So at the time, we also brainstorm and think towards how we should envision for 21st century. Because at the time, I know, I've been to Malaysia many times, you are investing a lot for innovation and thought and idea, and we would like to inspire and distill this thought and idea, which leading to having this kind of the education reform 21st century. I think some of my colleagues are here. I think Day 3 Education Talk Show, they will tell us how we have conceptualized together with the Malaysian institution and then come up with this. And then this 21st century scale now is a major conceptual education framework, which the world is utilizing also. So here you will see that is one of the result. We call it this NECMEC has been come out. Network for Education Quality Monitoring in Asia and the Pacific. It's a collection of the research, education, academia, think tanks. We bring together to came out with what is the meaning of learning. I remember one of the activity, what we think, what are we should learn in 21st century, what are skill competencies. So there is a result of this. And then it came out in this network or NECMEC, and now it's one of the key education research network in the Asia and the Pacific across more than 300 the researcher institutions involving and working together for this, answering this question. And then from there, they came out a lot of student learning methodology and then also approach and then concept came up with this. And here you will see that then there are a lot of capacity building workshop has been done. Concretely, you will see that here, out of this workshop, we have came out with the assessment for transversal competency, and also another publication is using large-scale assessment for student learning to inform education policy. This is the key two publication which we have produced, and it is a now reference for the conducting student learning as well. So here also, we have the education sustainable development. As I mentioned, I would say that this is at the time it's the beginning also for thinking about what is the meaning by sustainable development. What are the relevant to the education? And that concept at the time, you see that, look at it, time frame in 2015 is very fresh idea. And now these days, we are managed to carry out the World Conference on the ESD as well, in Bali also. Jeff, I can keep talking. So whatever time you just taught me, because there are 14 projects and many more. I have a lot of stories as well. So Jeff, what are on time? I jumped to the last two slides, which I will summarize this. So, okay, I will continue to do that. So here also, and then this ESD also, very important concept, I will tell you. When we have that concept, another thought what we came out is it is a very relevant to the Pacific Island. You know the reason? It's climate change. At the time, when you look at our education textbook, all these are, they're very much about that. We didn't think of sustainability. Okay? We think of profit or whatever, technology, etc. And then another extension of this first project came out in a sense they're saying, okay, let's do something for, at the context of South-South cooperation, let's do something for Pacific as well. Because climate is, for them, is very important. As you all know that also. So out of this, and then another sub-project, we have managed to convince the MUCB, and they're willing to support and come up with that project on education for sustainable development in the Asia and the Pacific, and Pacific country, and they're very focused, and their regional, sub-regional context has been come out also. And there, here you will see, we organize a workshop and a lot of people. This workshop serves as a kind of beginning of idea for them to start to think how sustainable development has been key important issue to reflect in the education and then pass it to the next generation. So that is a great benefit for them also. So here is, and it's also, this one also came out to what extension, and then also, also you will see that one of the implementation partner is the Malaysia Institute, National University of Malaysia, UK, and has been greatly contributed and supported that. So we thank, so MUCP is not only supporting, putting a fund, but also they are utilizing and harnessing the expertise from the Malaysia institution also. And it's a greatly benefit for, neutrally benefit for both the beneficiary country or beneficiary region, as well as for Malaysia also to learn the experience also. And then here also, another thing which I would like to highlight is about strengthening the STEM, the science, technology, engineering, and then this program. And there also here, it's again also STEM program. It's in the area of the 2015. STEMs are already there, you know, science, technology. But thing is, this particular project are really focusing on girl also. Because naturally, you know, the STEM program curriculum has been already developed. But now, this is a very innovative idea and thought came out saying, okay, STEMs are very important, but it's a dominant by why? So now try to find a way to achieve or to also encourage and promote how girls should be promoted to the in the STEM program. And then this is one of the pioneer projects, I would say there, in this Asian and Pacific region, to really kick off and make an awareness and advocate the importance of girl in the STEM program also. Now the question is, at the time, how do we do that? Start from the curriculum. So because of that project, I would say that project, it came out, developed the STEM policy framework and development to support national development goal and plan. There is a major foundation, how to embed it, how to improve, revise, or define, modify STEM program to attract the girl. And then that result in the many countries, and say that particularly now I'm currently involved in the Cambodia education sector plan. And then this is one of the key area it stands, of course, because of the transformative education agenda, but thing is, now they now have how to incorporate operationally to bring and attract all the girls to the STEM program. So this is one of the key concrete results, which I don't know, you have invited Cambodia colleague or not, they can witness that also. So this is one of the important things which we should look at it also. And then also here, here, this is one of the key important things, and you will see that we also look at the various resource pack for gender responsive STEM education, and now also set up the STEM community practitioner, and also one important resource pack for gender responsive STEM education is it's a reference resource in the ASEAN member states, how they should develop their girl-friendly, I would say, the curriculum for their STEM program. And then CMO are also using this kind of thing. And then this is one of the areas which I would like to highlight, and my colleague Christy there, she is one of the project officers at the time for involving this. She can tell more later, maybe day 3. So when we do it, you will see that all across education domain, we address to the education policy and planner. We address to the education sustainable development. We address to the learning assessment, which are key important. But also we don't forget for early childhood education. And also we all know that how important of early to develop the child development for the early age is important. And at that time also, you will see that in 2016, we already have a thought and innovative idea and vision saying that this is sort of the idea, the area which we should invest also. And then MUCB made a great work, thank you for once again, to really addressing this. And I would say that this is also one of the things which came out, and then as a result, very important, which I really would like to highlight, and my colleague Christy could tell in the one day 3 talk show, ECCE Teacher Competency Frame for Southeast Asia, endorsed at the 40th Southeast Asia Minister of Education Simeo. So that is a very important milestone and events which we should be aware of that. Because of this MUCB project initiative, Walking to the All Malaysia, here you will see that we will manage to get a consensus agreement and endorse to get ECCE Teacher Competency Framework for Southeast Asia for same year. So now these days, when I am the ECCE teacher, my capacity, my skill, competence are all across Southeast Asia, ASEAN member state. And then ECCE Teacher Competency Framework for Pacific, oh, that's even, I don't know, sorry, now I just found out. And then Indonesia, Vietnam, so all across, they have a standard competency framework. And this result of this project serve as a kind of the reference toward developing ECCE framework for this ASEAN member state. So that is a kind of, I would say, the great achievement for us. Not just simply we organize the workshop, everybody happy and go home, but that's also radiating, and because of this foundation, which you may not see, now you can feel that many, many children in our ASEAN region, they are benefiting the quality education from their early stage. We should be proud of that. Here also, again, not early childhood. We also address TVET as well, technical vocational education, because we know that Malaysia is a forefront country for technology and innovation. So that is, we also, I would say, exploit or harness, and we also did a lot of, and then one other thing is, again, I will tell you, here I will read it again, supporting the development of national qualification framework in Asia Pacific and support the ASEAN member state. That's also very important achievement. So what we do is we try to address, MUC, we try to address a sort of change agent, foundation change. Now, without having this national quality framework, you cannot train your teachers. You cannot train your educator. But that is the first thing we have to do that. Because this standard will allow us, the member country, to really further enhance, contextualize, and make it for that. With this framework, you will be able to train. You have a trained teacher, qualified teacher, you will be able to get providing quality education of your children. That is the one what we did. You see ECCE, you see EST, you see TVET. What we do it national qualification framework for Asia Pacific and ASEAN member states. Because of that, we have it. So it's a kind of, you may see it's a small contribution, but highly impacted project activity, what we have addressed and we have strategized. So I'm not going to list down. There are many results. You do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I read it down, I will kill all the 35 minutes. I'm not going to do it. You have, Attitude, they have made a very nice website. You have a look, you have more detail. Not only this, you want to see, what is a TVET and QF framework look like? You can download it also. So here is the one. And then, so here again, this is all about almost close. So here is also, Adito had already mentioned, list down overall benefit of the contribution about this MUCB program. Here is, I write it down, Adito, it's kind of the added value. Write it down to what my experience, what I get is, as a what are the benefits of the MUCB program, which I have been involved, participate as a project officer, as a benefiter. Here is one thing is distinguished recognition of Malaysia contribution and expertise to support the achieving SDG 4 for the UNESCO program. That's a very kind of the visible one. Because of this, this MUCB program, many of the member states, they will remember Malaysia. It's a distinguished contribution, I would say. Very specific, not just one project. This they will remember. It's a distinguished contribution, which Malaysia government, Malaysia citizen has been made toward contribution toward SDG 4. And then another one, the cooperation between Malaysia and UNESCO is strengthened. Of course, we do have a cooperation. But I would say this cooperation are not just simply one-to-one cooperation. It is a synergetic cooperation. You know the meaning of synergy. Synergy means 1 + 1 traditionally plus 2, but this synergetic, it could be 3, 5, million, trillion. That synergetic cooperation between Malaysia and UNESCO has been strengthened and enhanced. And then also we were able to harness potential of Malaysia expertise. You have a lot of expertise. For example, a concrete example, you did the very beautiful, a kind of forward-looking education cycle, because I am the education policy planner. You did a very good forward-looking education blueprint, and you did it very well, I would say. It's a very impressive. But it takes time, and a lot of involvement, a lot of sweat and blood there. But that's a lead benefit to the other countries, such as Bhutan also. Because of that, they were managed to mobilize more funding. So even this, we were able to harness and potential your expertise, and we would like to use it also. There are many institutions, expertise, not here, ASEAN member state, we should benefit. We should continue to use the attitude. This is my true feeling. And then also empowering enhancement of South-South cooperation. We do have a South-South cooperation. We all work together. But that's empower. That's as a showcase to us saying that we can do it together. So this kind of empowering South-South cooperation, I would say I use the keyword empowering. That's make us believer. You know, people say, oh, we work together. Oh, we pay them. No, no, no. As a South-South, we can do it ourselves. And then reinforce the mutual understanding and strengthen the national capacity. That's what I mean. We learn each other. Because of all the activity, this 10 years, we have bring a lot of Malaysia expertise and work together. And I'm sure they have learned also. And then also, because of this expertise, benefit other country member states and people are learned to do. That's why mutually understanding. So by doing so, we have to understand each other also. And then also, the last one, what I see is my own experience. This MUCB program serves as a springboard of foundation. Many, many. So you will not see the benefit, or you don't see the big building, or I don't know, big school or bridge, but there is there. It's established. So that's the thing which I would like to say that. And then my last slide is, I think I'm copy from what the article said. I'm not going to repeat again, but I would like to say that, because I've been to Malaysia many times, crossing through. I have a project in Pacific. Whatever Atlantic Hill Airport, I see that Malaysia truly Asia. It's very familiar what to me. And then I would say that from personally, I'm pretty sure from benefit all the colleagues who will participate in MUCB, they will say that you are truly Asia. So thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Nini. I forgot to mention at the beginning that Nini is the program specialist for education at UNESCO Bangkok. And I think you can see why. The enthusiasm, the passion for your job is outstanding. And it's exactly what we need from people in those positions. So congratulations on your presentation. Thank you very much. We'll come back for some questions later. The next presentation will be a joint effort between three speakers, Ms. Adi Wulandari and Ms. Fitri Nuritasari, who are both project assistants with UNESCO, and Mr. Edito Kodijat, who is the National Professional Officer at UNESCO Jakarta. So thank you. Over to you three, and you have about 20 minutes.
Thank you. So I'll stand again, and you see, for education, you only need one program specialist, but for science, you need 3 persons to present. And we are sorry because we are trying, it is really overwhelming, because we are trying to share 10 years of work and ask you to digest it within a few minutes. But hopefully, this will be just a teaser, and you can, of course, find out more in details later on. So, okay, this is some of the activities that we are going to share with you. So I'll just skip this. And this is something that I will share, Ade and then Fitri will also share as a part of the science. As you know, in science we have different sections. So I'm from the disaster risk reduction, and Ade is from water and environment, and Fitri is from the policy and capacity building. So let me take you back to 2004. Where we have the tsunami in 2004. As you know, the tsunami in 2004 also affected Malaysia. And the 2004 tsunami, which actually we will remind 20 years of that event next year in 2024. But 2004 actually changes the tsunami early warning system globally. And UNESCO was mandated to oversee the development and the coordination of the tsunami early warning system globally. And in 2005, the Indian Ocean tsunami early warning system was established. And since 2005, in Indian Ocean, we developed this system. However, because it's really affected on the eastern part of Indian Ocean, the western part of Indian Ocean which is also affected. 250 people died in Somalia. It affected Seychelles, it affected Tanzania, Mozambique, Kenya, were not really paid attention to. And when MFIT came about, focusing on South and South, we see that this is an opportunity to actually make use of the MFIT to actually start to develop the capacity in the western part of Indian Ocean. And this is one of the first projects that we implemented. So it is to strengthen the capacity of Indian Ocean member states, focusing on tsunami preparedness, response and mitigation. And for this, we actually focus more on the western part of Indian Ocean because many activities has been done in the eastern part of Indian Ocean. So this activity actually involved 4 of the western part of Indian Ocean. It involves Seychelles, Mauritius, Mozambique, as well as Tanzania. So, and what we do is, this is as an initial in terms of building the capacity and trying to build the capacity of these different countries to be able to actually work on a standard operating procedures in terms of if they receive a warning that is being issued by 3 warning centers that has been established in Indian Ocean, which is Indonesia, India, and Australia. So we are making sure that if a case of 2004 happens again, then our families or brothers or sisters, as well as our colleagues in the African coast, will be able to understood what is the message, as well as understood on what actions need to be taken. So this is another capacity building that we built. So there are a number of trainings as well as capacity building that was established, that was developed through this series of activities. And it is implemented, I think, in 2017 to 2018. We understand that Indian Ocean the 2004 Indian Ocean affected Malaysia at that time. However, then we also realized that Malaysia is actually also threatened by tsunamis from the South China Sea. So, and there are not many activities actually has been, there are a lot of research, there are a lot of studies on the sources of tsunami in the South China Sea, but there are not many public education. So scientifically, there are studies, but actually that message didn't go through to the public, which is the public is very important. So based on this, we also see that it is very important to do the South China Sea studies. And for this, we work with the Center for Global Sustainability Studies from University of Science, Malaysia, who help us in developing 2 publications, which is the Distant Tsunami for Ocean-wide. So this is where actually affecting the western coast of Indian Ocean, which is the African coast. And then also develop the tsunami hazard in South China Sea, which is actually helps to build awareness to the public in terms of there is a hazard of tsunami also in the South China Sea. So we developed this education materials. It's available here. So if you are interested, please take as you need it. When we developed this, we developed actually in English and in Malaysia. But then when we talked to colleagues in African coast, they requested, because of course language is very important, so we actually translate this into Swahili, into French, as well as into Portuguese to make sure that the information can be understood by the public in that coastal area. So this is one of the projects that we developed under MUCP. The second is the most recent activity that UNESCO is starting now focus on disaster risk reduction and focusing on UNESCO designated sites, either biosphere reserve, geopark, heritage sites, and so forth. So we developed in terms of looking into the risk assessment so that the UNESCO designated sites understand what is actually the risk that they are having in terms of disaster, in terms of natural hazard. But also it is very important to communicate this risk. So this is where we develop the risk assessment and risk communication activities. Involve 2 countries. One is in Malaysia and one in Indonesia. So in Malaysia, we are looking at the Tasik Chini UNESCO Biosphere Reserve in Malaysia. And in Indonesia, it looks into Rinjani Lombok UNESCO Global Geopark. Again, identifying the risk and then communicating the risk to the public. And for this, in Malaysia, we work with University Technology Mara. We have a representative here. And also for Rinjani, we work with University of Indonesia. We have also the representative here. You will be hearing their experience, how they do it, what is the lesson learned tomorrow when we have the talk show. So make sure that you will be here tomorrow to. And this is, the result is the risk assessment. So the risk assessment in these 2 UNESCO designated sites were conducted. And then based on this risk assessment, the University Technology Mara as well as University of Indonesia developed risk communication, either in terms of leaflet, in terms of comic, in terms of games, in terms of posters that actually communicated to visitors who's coming to this UNESCO designated site, was shared with the communities that is living within the UNESCO designated site and so forth. So this is where we try to bring risk assessment and communicate this to the public to have a better awareness and understanding. And again, you will hear this tomorrow. Make sure that you are here to listen to the talk shows of these 2 particular projects. I give it to Ade to continue.
Okay, good morning. Thank you, Pak Ardito, for the time. Thank you, Professor Jeff Kemkin, for the time. I'm Ade from Water Environmental Science Unit. I will be continuing the presentations for water. I have 2 highlighted projects under this MUCP program that I will be sharing today. The first is the upscaling water security to meet local, regional, and global challenges, designing local eco-hydrology and integrated water resources management educational resources. This projects is basically to accommodate and to try to facilitate the continuous networking with scientists within Malaysia and Asia and Pacific, as well as in Africa. So what we do is we conduct a lot of facilitating continuous networking, empowering the regional scientific network that we have, collaborations with the eco-hydrology as a tools, as well as the IWR, and contributing to South-South cooperation. We also would like to promoting and enhancing the eco-hydrology and the hydrology for environment, life, as well as policy approaches. So HELP is one of the key keywords in this project. And the project has been implementing through various components, including research components, including training, eco-hydrology training, as well as workshop on comparative and developing a water curriculum using eco-hydrology and integrated water resources management. So in this project, we are working with UNESCO Category 2 centers in Malaysia. It's a humid tropic centers for Kuala Lumpur. UNESCO Jakarta and ACCKL developed a 3-volume of water curriculum. It's a very comprehensive water curriculum. We have it printed out in our natural science booth. You can have it for free, and you can take it home for free, and then share with your colleagues. It's applicable for Asia and Pacific, as well as Africa, because the workshop was conducted with African continent's experts and scientists. But then we decided, and after we talked with our colleagues in Africa, we have an idea to get it more specifically designed for Africa. So therefore, after we issued and launched this 3-volume of curriculum by ACCKL, we then continued to upscale the curriculum with involving the UNESCO Chair of Eco-Hydrology in Tanzania. And then we produced a water curriculum designed specifically for African continent, including semi-arid and arid climates. This particular project has been involving a lot of universities, scientists, and also the Category 2 centers located in Asia and Africa. In total, we have engaged with contributors from more than 420 scientists, as well as more than 30 countries in Asia and Pacific. So these are the outputs. You can either take the book in our corner, or you can scan the barcode here to download the curriculum for free. The next one is the virtual field trips on sustainable water management. So but basically, this idea came in 2020 during the pandemic, where all of the education has stopped, and we have a very difficulties in having education to students. Because we have already the water curriculum, we are trying to get this upscale again, a leverage, to be able for the students to be able to understand or doing the active participations during the pandemic. So we were trying to get this technology involvement in this. So that's why we came up with the idea of virtual field trips. Previously, we're trying to get into the Asia Pacific first. So we engaged with, again, the Category 2 centers in Korea, in Kazakhstan, as well as in Malaysia. So in Malaysia, they were conducting the virtual field trip in River of Life. We also have the barcode there if you want to take a look at it. It's a very good example of virtual field trip for Malaysia. And then based on that, we invited a UNESCO chair in Tanzania, UNESCO chair of eco-hydrology, for him to develop specifically virtual field trip for the students in Africa. Because as we mentioned, that more than 220 million students in Africa have been affected by the pandemic. So we try to get them involved in this, to get them education that they deserve. So the activities in this project implemented in 5 countries in Africa. It's actually beyond our expectation, because we only expected 2 countries, but fortunately our experts and scientists in Africa will be able to implement this in 5 countries. And the outputs we have here in Ethiopia, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, and Namibia. All of this virtual field trip is uploaded online. You can also now try to scan the barcode and if you want to watch this. And I'm really glad to inform that our colleagues from Africa have now arrived here, and they will be able to provide more details on the projects that they're doing in developing virtual field trips, including the UNESCO Chair of Eco-Hydrology, Dr. Makarius. So please stay tuned. Tomorrow we can talk more about this in the talk show for Water and Environment Sciences. Thank you. I will hand over to Fitri.
Thank you, Mbak Ade, for your presentations. And yeah, as the last person, I would like to be quick to conclude our sessions. Under science policy and capacity building, we are implementing the strengthening open science implementations mechanisms and SETI policies and capacities. As we are know, UNESCO Jakarta and also UNESCO in headquarters are implementing the open science recommendations that was adopted in 2021. And I would like to introduce to you the background of this movement or initiative in the region. The first activities that we conduct on Open Science was in 2019 when we have the regional workshops on Open Science for Network Societies, and this one was organized back to back with the Science Annual Meeting, and the discussions was brought to the next meeting that we have in 2020, where all of the SETI or Science, Engineering, and Technology Innovations experts were gathered and come up with such suggestions to revive the network that we now have for STEPANT, and also to implement the open science in the region. And then after that, we have the experts consultations meeting, to where UNESCO gathers all of the informations and all of the inputs from the regions as well as in Asia Pacific. And then in 2029, the UNESCO recommendations on open science, the first one, this recommendations was adopted by the member states. And you can also get the documents on our booth over there in the green corner. And then after that, UNESCO Jakarta with ISTIC, our category 2 centers for South cooperations in STI, and also Prof. Jeff, we did the mapping in the regions in 5 countries to know the assets and also the needs of open science implementations in the regions. And then the implementation itself now is under the lead of Stepan for regional implementations. It comes for the trust one on SETI governance. And then there will be still concerns and issues to be tackled that many consider as challenges to implement open science, where the MUCP project come up, and then we organize several activities to try to answer that questions. Several activities that we had is the first workshops we did in March to enhance and strengthen the regional open science implementation mechanism. We invited the experts from the Asia and Pacific and also the Global South in the Africa, and we come up with 6 recommendations, a way forward to implement open science in the region. And also the second workshops that we did just last month in May, from 18 and 19 May, you can see the summaries of recommendations here through visual posters and the mind maps of those discussions. And as the areas of this project is also Asia Pacific and the Global South, and you can see the activities that we done under these 2 workshops. And now I would like to bring you the outputs of these activities. There are 3 main outputs for these activities. The first one is, of course, the literature review on open science in Asia and the Pacific, where I said earlier that we have 6 critical way forward for implementing open science. The first one is governance, the second one, funding and investment, technology infrastructures, capacity building, cooperations and collaborations, and also traditional knowledge. It is so important. If you want to know more on each of these way forward, you can go to our booth there, and we have the more explanations and also videos and also more publications as well. And then we have the open science promotional materials in visual, in posters, in pictures. This idea come up during the second workshops when, the first workshops, when they said for open science we need to gather or ask or invite more people outside our open science network. So we need to let them know what is open science, and the easiest way is through it. Nowadays we have, I believe, have the social medias. One of the ways through visual materials or visual promotional materials. And we will post this in UNESCO Jakarta and also the MUCP's websites. And the third one is Open Science Regional Implementations Mechanism e-course. You can scan the QR code and you can see, you can find there is 6 sections and 6 topics under this e-course, and also more than 10 lectures and resources materials how to implement open science, specifically the lesson learned from Asia Pacific and also the Global South. With that, I would like to conclude our presentations for natural sciences, and I would like also to invite you to join us tomorrow. Our talk show will be in the morning, so 3 of our units will have the talk show with our resources persons, and please don't miss out the things so you can know more about open science. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Adito, Adi, and Fitri, for your presentations on disaster risk reduction, water and environmental science, and science policy and capacity building efforts through MUCP. the amount of effort that's been put into both education and science through MUCP has been quite astounding. It really has been a lot of remarkable activities and outputs and outcomes, some of which you've seen today, but a lot more you'll hear about over the next couple of days as well. MUCP, just before we get into question time, there's been a terrific partnership between UNESCO and Malaysia in my reflections. And Adi mentioned one program called the Hydrology for Environment, Life and Policy, which predates MUCP. And I've been involved in that since about 2006, something like that. And it reminded me that the MUCP has been a great collaboration between UNESCO and Malaysia and Malaysian institutions. But it's not the institutions, it's the people that drive it. And it's the people that have made it happen. And one of those people in the early days was Shahbaz Khan, who is now the director of UNESCO in Beijing. And it was a real driving force behind getting MUCP up and going and in creating enthusiasm in everyone involved. So I just wanted to mention that and thank Shahbaz and thank the members of Malaysia NatCom and Dr. Mi Yong Choi for the continuing drive for MUCP over the years. It's been fantastic. Right, let's open up to questions. And I mentioned that human side because I would really like to bring out some more of the human side of MUCP over the question time. So if the questions on that don't come from the floor, I'll be asking some directly. So please, questions. First, Grace. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you so much, Jeff.
Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Grace Bacaltos from Davao, Philippines, a member of the Help Davao Network and also the UST 11 volunteer. But I'm also a professor in Davao del Sur State College. I have 3 questions, 2 for Mr. Ninier and 1 for Ms. Adi. First, for Mr. Ninier, probably my question is in the context of the ESD and maybe a little of the Philippine context. So may I ask if you have established strategies to establish a continuum from basic education to higher education? That's one. And the second phase of continuum would be for skills development and employment. So how did you do these strategies and the projects that you have conducted? And then the second is, we're very much interested in the impact, especially in relation to contribution to SDG 4, which is quality education. So how do you evaluate and what indicators you have used in evaluating the 4 C's for the 21st century education, which is critical thinking, communication, collaboration, as well as creativity. So I'm very much interested in the indicators for evaluating impact. And for Ms. Ade, in DSSE and DUST 11, as well as our Help Davao Network, we also have this initiative for establishing Water Education Center. And I'm just interested in the water management curriculum or curricula that you have developed. Is this for a particular academic program? Is there a separate academic program for water management or just part? It's just one of the courses for a particular academic program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you so much for your 2 questions, which is, I would say, they're quite heavy, I would say. For regarding the ESD, I would say that I will pass it to my colleague, Dr. Mi, and she is an expert in that area, I would say. But I'll try to answer what my little knowledge, but Mio, is there anything, please? Yeah. So I think the one we talk about education sustainable development, yeah. Point is normally we don't really think, of course the education subsector are very important, but we try to think as a more holistic pictures. I would say that, the main goal is how can we ensure, and they all are interlinked, I would say. So early childhood, that's why even that's reflected in the MUC, the one we designed the program, they all are linked also. So, and they all cross horizontally and vertically also, subsector. So what we would do, I mean, there are a lot of specific method, know-how, approach. I mean, we need to contextualize, but what we try to see, basic principle would be, I mean, there's a holistic approach, and then also we try to look at in a sense that, this is education sustainable development is not just only about education. Again, Professor Jeff mentioned about it's the people. So we have to look at education, but now that's why we cross looking at and seeing that also social science, culture, they all are linked, and then also community. So it's I would say, complex nature, and then there's a no one-size-fits-all answer, I would say. That's a general. I would say, I'm the education, I claim myself to be education sector planning expert, I would say. But what we see is, we have to do the integrated approach, holistic approach. We try to bring together. So that's what is our basic principle. But of course, when we design it, I'm talking from planner perspective, but when we having this principle, this concept to have it this, but when we design the plan, but when go down the nitty-gritty detail level, like a budgeting, of course there's a budget for basic education, budget for higher education, budget for the science, culture. So it's a kind of the challenge to really translating this basic principle or fundamental principle to what everything are connected and everything has to be coherent, comprehensive. That is the essence of and then also the balancing to how detailed we should be doing. There are a lot of approach idea, and then I'm sure my colleague Myung, you've been doing a lot of things, so you may like to add more. But that's my little response perspective. Now another one is how to measure the impact. That's I would say the classical question. We all have it. And I would say that there is no answer as well. Because measuring impacts are quite challenging, I would say. There are a lot of approach and a lot of scientific research and all this. Normally what we do the evaluation, we control the things, everything. That's a scientific way. We control the thing, and then everything, we all fix the condition, and that we highlight the particular. But it's quite useful for research and going to what, like input, activity, output, outcome, that list okay. But when you look at impact, so broad, and then we cannot specifically claim, say that something really changed because of this. But definitely we can also claim that that's contributed also. So impact, now there are a lot of researchers saying that, we do impact, etc. But thing is, I would say, I don't want to answer from the scientific perspective. I want to answer from arts. That's the arts, not the science. I shouldn't say science, sorry. This is not only the science, it's the arts also. You really have to have sometimes you don't really need to have an equation. Also, we did this and this because of our statistical methods and approach, and that's why this impact 20.3.17% our activity. No, we can't do that. It's the arts. And then you have to see. So I would say if we talk about that level of evaluation, you have to look at from the human or the art perspective. Let's say you put it this way. My daughter became very famous scientist. That's an impact, But you cannot claim only yourself. I'm a mommy. So because of me, she became famous scientist. Because daddy as well. Or maybe her grandma as well, or grandpa, or community friend, he herself. So it is difficult to measure. Of course, but at the same time, you shouldn't say, not because of me, because she's a talented already. No. So there are a lot of conditions. Fulfill, and that's a result. So our job is to fulfill the necessary condition, and then the result will come out. I don't know. I understand because your questions are very, I would say, heavy and solid. So there is no definite because of yes, no, or it's not a question. I don't know, sir. Over to you.
Thanks very much for that. A great answer. We'll come back to more questions in a moment. We're just the second half of that question first.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Grace, for your question. So the water curriculum is very comprehensive. It has a different module inside it. And you can see the way we wrote it is first we try to get the best practices for, say, ecohydrology in the site demo site, and then afterwards we break down into the proposed curriculum that can be teach to the higher education students. So you can either take all, or you can just take each module that you prefer to have. For instance, like the African one, they only take the arid climates, so they take out the other rest. So this also has been implemented in University of East Timor in Indonesia. They just took several parts of the module, and then they integrated with the current module, current curriculum that they have. So it's enriched, in the end of the day, the curriculum that they have, so they can teach more to the students. I hope this answers your questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you both very much for your answers. Lady in the second row there, please.
Good morning, everyone. I am Engineer Cristeta Galliano of Davao River Initiatives. Good morning, ma'am. Also of Help Davao. Don't worry, my question is very easy. Okay, so on July, this coming July, there will be a report to be made by the UN Secretary General. And reading on his unedited version of the report, it says there that leaving no one behind is facing a big challenge. It is threatened as an overall evaluation. Second highlight is there is a need for political commitment and breakthroughs. Third is the necessity of partnership and multilateral cooperation. As above, so below. Now, this will be presented on the future summit for the future that would be on September. So my question is, we have a lot of accomplishment under MUCP. Has this been formally included in that report? Just to lighten it up, because we have a very good lineup of achievements as far as SDGs. Of course, we have not addressed everything, all of the 17 SDGs. But have we formally endorsed this so that this will form part of the report? That it will not be so sad, because there is something going on, started with the MUCP. Thank you, sir. You should be glad, MUCP is doing something for SDGs.
Thank you very much. Would anyone like to respond to that?
Again, always a difficult question from the audience. But I think it's a very good idea. Yes, there are a lot of. If you see in the exhibitions, we try to identify which SDGs that actually the activities is actually contributing. So from our part, yes, we try to. However, as you know, the SDG is usually there is the midterm review of the SDGs, which is basically reported by the country. Of course, there are mechanisms where UN can actually provide input, but the midterm reviews are basically country report. So this is something that maybe, for example, from Malaysia, when there is this midterm country report, they can actually provide input that through the MUCP, we have actually contributed to SDG 6 or SDG, whatever SDG, through the activities and so forth. So that is one way in terms of reporting. I'm not sure whether from the UN side, especially from UNESCO side, I think we involve, we actually reporting, and maybe this is again, Dr. Myang can correct me if I'm wrong, but we did provide input, and usually the provide input, we actually mentioned who actually behind this activity, like the donor or the agencies and so forth, that is provided. But there is no specific modalities where we can actually, MUCP have contributed to these SDGs in terms of, so it is going through different channels. Yes, there is 14, yes, indeed, 14 out of 17. So this is maybe something that we need, again, SDG, we still have about 7 years ahead. So I think this is something that I think you triggered us to think about how actually we can expose the MUCP activities contribution to the SDGs in terms of more at the report to the UN, bigger global framework. Again, if I'm, so, and maybe this is something that colleague from MNCU would like to also add in terms of how actually from the countryside in terms of making sure that the MUCP's activities that contribute to the different SDGs is also actually feasibilities and reported into the country midterm review. Yeah, I'm sorry if I'm not answering directly, but you triggered very interesting issues on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the answer and maybe a conversation to continue over coffee. Mr. Dowd, over to you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Jeff. Just to introduce myself, my name is Muhammad Daud bin Muhammad Harif. I would say recently assuming the role of the Secretary General of Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO. I'm very happy to be here today, just as the first time taking over the microphone. Thank you so much for all the speakers, especially Dr. Miyong, Choi have been very instrumental in working with Malaysia. Personally, I'm very heartfelt to see the progress of this MTCP program that have shown almost 7,000 beneficiaries, direct beneficiaries, not to see the spillover effect yet, and also 36 program. So these are all very meaningful for me. We always believe that the work under UNESCO goes beyond what we do in this life. It's also contributed to our next life as well. But now looking at this particular program, I'm very happy to see that there are specific targeted group benefited from this. I believe the one that had been presented, maybe I also walk around later on to see some of those being presented there. They are very targeted, specific, and also the beneficiaries are there. But my question was also related to the impact. Of course, as a partner to UNESCO, active partner to UNESCO, the impact always become a necessity for us, Malaysia, to also present back to our higher level to showcase that how instrumental Malaysia has been. I understand it is in between arts and science or arts and exact outcomes, but to the best possible extent, we need to look at that. Not just because of reporting purposes, but we also would like to have that satisfaction to see that specific efforts being put by UNESCO, by Malaysia, has really benefited the targeted group. There are many ways of doing it to the best extent possible that we can do. I'm just going to cite some example that I saw on your presentation today. We have some platform that gathers research on education. I believe it was NECMET and ERI net. Yeah. So probably to have that as an outcome, which is good, but the usage of it later on can become an outcome as well. Impact, I agree with you, Professor. It may take longer term in terms of looking into it, but at least if you know the usage of those research being gathered under these two platforms, for example, can give us some level of satisfaction that the efforts that we have put, financially, human resources, knowledge, has been benefiting the people who are using this particular, including the curriculum for water management and so on and so forth. So I believe every project, UNESCO has been thinking about this, how to showcase the exact benefit to those. So my question is, number one is whether that has been looked into, or do we track this process? And beyond this, let's say for example, once this platform or all these outcomes be benefited, are we tracking the progress in the medium term? Number two, very quite straightforward, is I saw the new website that being proposed by Pak Adi just now. Thank you very much, Pak Adi. I think it's very instrumental, but it is a standalone website. Because people to direct traffic to that website might be very challenging. but people always goes to UNESCO main website. Do people able to access that website through UNESCO main website so that they can also benefit from that? This is also a part of this process whereby we can highlight MUCP program at the higher level. The contribution that we have done working together with UNESCO, especially with the Jakarta office as well. So I stopped there for a while. This is only 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. For I think I'm glad to raise the point. It's very, very important, relevant. Let's put it on impact. I would say that. I mean, of course, there is a question or many. I mean, the donor country or country contributing for this to every institution. They really want to see that now these days more they're fit for purpose, and the whether it's worthwhile. So it's always asked. Although of course I said it's the arts, so it doesn't mean that let's arts forget it. No, I think we do have it, the very systematic evaluation report, which are done by the specialists in this particular area. They have carried out, and I'm sure they might have a lot of finding, maybe area to be improved, area to be strengthened. There are a lot of recommendations. That's more, I would say, scientific way, and that's conducted by specialized institution, I would say. So I think I just quickly checked with they have it this, so the UNESCO and probably the Malaysian net carry out previously. So I would be good to look at it, I think. That's the number one. My suggestion is, perhaps this thing, I presume the Malaysia government, I really hope, as a personally or institutionally, we consider and continue. I think we should have a kind of expert meeting to brainstorm. Because, of course, when you look at the evaluation, and then you want a lot of things to be improved done, and then we should brainstorm as an expert level and how best to synergize and how best to continue. That's the one thing I would suggest. Personally, also, one thing I would like to say is a kind of impact. I would say, let me explain to you in the arts. You can feel it. One thing is all this contribution project, these are okay. I mean, they were finding all the evaluation report, they were systematically tell what the interview, how do they say, the water project, etc. But one thing I really proud of this MFIT project is, it demonstrates, not only for Malaysia, but also similar country like, Indonesia. It's inspiring. Now, your blueprint inspire Bhutan, that's okay. It's inspiring that Malaysia can do that also. We could benefit a lot from Malaysia expertise, not just only money. I mean, there are many countries, they put in money. I mean, I have to say that when I was in Paris, there's a Yemen crisis. We have a meeting, Saudi said, we put $700 million. Do you think enough? I said. So not just only money, Malaysia can contribute a lot of expertise and thought and idea, and that inspire other countries like Singapore, Indonesia, I don't know, Philippines, or maybe Egypt, I don't know, South. Now we are talking about Southwest. Don't just talk about it, South is better than North or not. Malaysia can do that, and then that's a very important message to us. We can do it. That's a message. I think it radiates to the all. Not when we talk about donor, recipient, these are area country usually give the money to do those countries. No, but we can do it. That's a very important keyword. We can do it. That demonstrates. So this MUCB program show and demonstrate. It may not serve it in the impact, I don't know, but that's what I feel it. And then also the NECMED and this ERINet, we do have our separate evaluation. We do regularly. I'm sure we can share with you also. And then also important, particularly NECMED, now the GBE is really funding and supporting as well. So we can share with you for more, that's a more scientific, I would say. That you can have it more concrete facts and figure and all this number and all that you will have it this. So I don't know, I pass it to Ed.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Impact. I'm also not sure, but maybe I'll tell. So we did try to do a kind of tracing. The tsunami program that we developed in 2017, 2016 and 17, we do tracing in terms of what it actually has been done. Unfortunately, of course, people move on. So people who is actually participating move into a higher level, move into a different position, and so on. So it is difficult to see that how actually. However, what we see is there is a legacy in terms of when we work on the tsunami, we developed the standard operating procedures, which is then being used by the agencies. So when we do tracing, we see that it is still there. So that becomes a legacy. Of course, we also need to see that standard operating procedures is not like a Quran or Bible, which is fixed. It continues to develop new technologies, so however, you can see that actually it is developed from what we have been working on, and then it evolves. So that's something that we also. The second is, of course, education materials and so forth. That also becomes a legacy because it usually stays longer and it's being used by different, and that's why we developed this more of public. We're hoping, I don't know how to measure it, but we have a wider impact in terms of school children is using this and so forth. So that's something that we try to do some kind of tracing. But again, as you mentioned, it is science and art, so I don't know exactly how to do it. But we try to do this tracing. On the website, yes, we will do the interlink. So it is a standalone, so by means that it is not hosted in UNESCO server because so it is hosted by a separate hoster, but continues to be interlinked between. Thank you.
I would just like to thank everyone. I'm not saying that there's no impact. I'm happy to see that all of you are working very hard, and I'm very happy to be a part of this process right now, so that I can also contribute in the coming future. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. I was involved in 2 expert synthesis meetings and ended up writing some synthesis reports on the MUCP. One thing that was very clear from those meetings was a view that, yeah, we can play the game of numbering how many reports there were, how many people were involved, etc., but it doesn't really get the true message across. The true message is about individual, institutional, national, regional, global growth in terms of knowledge, participation, inspiration, all those sorts of things. And they're harder to capture, but they do tell good stories. And if we can capture some of those stories from individuals and organizations involved and tell those stories in a very open way, I think that's what came through those meetings as being the most powerful thing we could do. I think we've got time for just one question. We had a question from Ms. Ifa Fahana. Thank you.
Hello, Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera. Very good morning. My name is Dr. Ifa. I'm from University Technology Mara and also the Vice Secretary General of You Inspire. It is a youth organization and also young professional. I won't be asking big questions like the previous, because they touch about impact and whatnot. It's a great exposure about the 10 years behind, but I would like to know how is about the future. Is there any anticipatory program activities come up from this MUCP involving especially to the vulnerable groups such as youth, women, PWD and others? The question is open to all panels. Thank you.
Okay, so that's a really good question to finish off before we break for coffee. So I'll ask each of the panel members to make a comment on this question. It can be their own views on the future or where to go with the results of MUCP now. So if I can have a comment from each of you.
It's okay. Hello, everybody. Very good morning to you. My name is Myung Choi.
I'm currently office in charge of UNESCO Jakarta office, and at the same time, I'm the head of education. I think the last question, I think I needed to answer it. And also, my name was mentioned several times, so I feel like I have to do it. Excellent question. And that is one of the evidence of this MUCP impact, isn't it? Isn't it doubt? Because she wanted to continue this project. This is one of the last the all of achievement reports. And we really hope it can be continued. But regarding this kind of big scale of governmental fund, that is depends upon the continuing consultation with the government. Of course, we are in the same page with you as a UNESCO representative. And previously, some of the achievement mentioned, actually, regardless of not only education, all of different sectors project over the last 10 years, as one of eyewitness of those impact, it was tremendous long stories. And especially like, for example, education, we had climate change education targeting Pacific countries. And then I remember when I visited Tonga, their school teachers told me there are a lot of climate change issues and impacting those countries, especially in Pacific areas. But it is the first time UN agency person with a Malaysian, their experts actually from the climate change center in what is that? The University of Malaysia. So they were very appreciated. So visibility of Malaysian government support, but at the same time, they felt global and especially the Asia Pacific caring sensibility for this project. So that is a very small part of a long story with the human stories as well. So as one of UNESCO staff, I'm really proud of all of these stories and the background of emerged today. So please enjoy all of the stories. But more than that, I think you need a coffee break. So I will stop here.
Thank you, Dr. Mi Young Choi, for that contribution. I think that's a really nice place to finish this session. Thank you all for your participation, great questions, and the presenters. Thank you all for excellent presentations and your responses to the questions. It's been an enjoyable session. We'll break for 15 minutes coffee now. Please be back ready to go at 1:15 the hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Kemkin, for moderating the first half of the session. Let us now take a break for 15 minutes. Coffee, tea, and light snacks are served in
January
the foyer.
2020,
I would like also to invite you to look around at the exhibition while having a break. We have different sectors presented and displayed, and we also have some information materials that you can also take for your knowledge and information. Thank you.
Our own home is under threat, and we have a responsibility to protect. Earth has never been so vulnerable to harm caused by humanity. From pandemics and climate change to ongoing conflicts and nuclear proliferation. The priority must be to prevent these disasters, which we know affect vulnerable communities first and most severely. The Together for Peace initiative recognizes that sustainable development and a culture of peace are inseparable. Education is one path linking human rights and gender equality, global citizenship and cultural diversity. These are the foundations of positive peace. Not just absence of conflict, but also the presence of justice. UNESCO's work towards positive peace in the Asia-Pacific spans every sector, from education for sustainable development and shared histories promoting dialogue through common heritage and values, to promoting the science to address climate change, and efforts to curb rising levels of pollution. Together for Peace creates a platform including countries, civil society, and members of the public to strengthen our ability to build a durable, positive peace in the region.
Pada tahun 2015 itu ada kebakaran hutan yang hebat yang sehingga di Barito Selatan semua lahan dan pekarangan maupun sawah perkebunan semua terbakar. Kemudian pengaruh terhadap pendidikan hampir 2 bulan proses belajar mengajar tidak berjalan maksimal, bahkan diliburkan karena asap yang mengganggu proses belajar anak-anak terutama terhadap kesehatan anak-anak. Sehingga pada waktu itu anak-anak hampir semua kena ISPA. Itulah kerugian untuk sekolah pada saat itu, pada tahun 2015 itu pengaruh dari asap dan kebakaran hutan dan lahan.
Saya tertarik untuk datang ke sini pertama karena memang saya diundang, tapi kedua karena mendengar apa yang diharapkan dari kegiatan bercerita itu dan kegunaannya untuk kemudian bisa mensosialisasikan dan mengkampanyekan pentingnya menjaga hutan, terus mengenal tentang kebakaran hutan dan lahan itu, kemudian apa dampaknya, dan itu bisa disampaikan dengan cara yang menyenangkan buat anak-anak dan buat semua usia. Itu membuat saya jadi tertantang karena saya bisa menyampaikan dan menularkan skill atau kemampuan untuk bercerita ini untuk sarana edukasi dan kampanye bagi pencegahan kebakaran hutan ini buat guru-guru, dan itu jadi seru sebenarnya.
Seru, lucu, unik, dan menarik.
Ceritanya seru, unik, lucu, dan kami agar bisa tahu bahwa tidak boleh membakar hutan dan lahan, dan bisa memperindah alam.
Hari ini kita ada beberapa guru yang terlibat dan ada beberapa teman-teman dari beberapa lembaga yang terlibat untuk belajar bagaimana mendongeng dipergunakan sebagai media untuk mengkomunikasikan tentang kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Mereka aktif, seru, banyak bertanya, kemudian aktif terlibat dalam kegiatan prakteknya, dan banyak input baru juga yang dikembangkan di dalam kegiatan workshopnya ini. Kalau buat saya itu adalah hal yang menyenangkan dan hal yang baik, positif, karena mereka banyak mau belajar, dan semoga nanti outputnya juga bagus. Gitu. Dari segi cara, terlihat sih mereka senang belajar, mereka stay sampai sore, jadi banyak hal yang baik lah gitu. Semoga nanti kontennya ya itu akan bisa mengikuti lah gitu. Semoga tujuannya berhasil.
Sintrop adalah salah satu UPT penelitian yang ada di Universitas Palangkaraya, didirikan tahun 1993. Kerjasama penelitian lebih banyak dilaksanakan pada ekosistem hutan dan rawa gambut tropika dengan berbagai pihak universitas, pemerintah, dan swasta, baik dari dalam maupun luar negeri. Penelitian juga dilakukan pada permasalahan yang ada pada hutan dan lahan rawa gambut, terutama kebakaran hutan yang menjadi momok yang menaklukkan secara khusus di Kalimantan Tengah.
Pada saat ini, UPT LLG Sintrop, Universitas Palangkaraya, dan juga UNESCO dan Malaysian Trust Foundation juga bekerja sama untuk melakukan suatu proyek yang bernama Project HAZE. Proyek ini bertujuan untuk memberikan materi edukasi baik kepada siswa, kemudian kepada petani, dan kepada mahasiswa.
Saya sangat bersyukur adanya dari pihak Unpar kerjasama dengan Dinas Pendidikan dengan adanya program adanya bercerita untuk anak-anak bahaya daripada kebakaran hutan dan lahan ini, sehingga anak-anak itu kan nanti paham dan mengerti apa bahaya daripada kebakaran hutan dan lahan, dan saya harapkan nanti anak-anak bisa menularkan pada temannya, pada lingkungannya, pada orang tuanya, bahkan memberi pengertian untuk tidak lagi membakar hutan dan lahan ini. Itu yang saya harapkan.
Kaminaran Sandra Joana de Oliveira, hau usia sekolah ensino básico terceiro superior Nova Vocal, hau meu hobby basquetebol, hau aprende gosta aprende com a UNESCO nya tambah hau nonton, ya hau fase de primeiro, hau gosta nonton ida com a Horis fato, também dani kan ia CPN anu aprende com a dani, no hau konten di TV sonira hari dani hau bela aumenta tang hau capacidade, mudar alunos, no bele promove ai horisira usi ai hum idem sai tahan sira ita bele promove dani hau aprende i hau nonton di TVs no i dani ita bele aumenta kan itanya capacidade no dar estudante tambah ihan nuano ami aprende bar kona ba ide fatutnya ai horisiranya tambah usi dani ita bele aumenta tang itanya be hatene usi setimo ano tunuannya no ita bele promove itanya be ai hun sira ai horisir ne be morsi itanya sori orine ita bele aumenta butang. Obrigada Ministério da Educação Timor-Leste, obrigada UNESCO e obrigada Musbek Bakoika.
Dia Kaminaran Tomenia, Escola Colégio São José, Anobi, sai doutor, nontona filme Sistema Transição Educacional, filme ne bela ajuda ona hau estuda uma durante COVID-19, no hau bela aprende ciência Sistema Transição Educacional. Obrigada Ministério da Educação Timor-Leste, obrigada UNESCO, obrigada Amara.
Of
Alin Siren, Liliu Basirene Bemak agora dadão e a classe terceiro ciclo. No Sirene Bemak, Hakara aprende. Notícia Diek Baita Hotu. Agora, ita iona vídeo sistema transmissão educacional. E a vídeo Sirene, ita bela aprende matéria ciência físico natural, usi pacote classe hitu, walu, no sia. Além de né, ita mose aprende ciência ou prática simples sira. Nossa san Sirene Bemak usa e a prática Sirene mos, facilos balin sira tu hetang.
Selamat siang semuanya, selamat bergabung kembali para peserta kompetisi periksa fakta sosial media for peace yang diadakan oleh Masyarakat Anti Fitnah Indonesia.
I would like to sincerely congratulate you all for participating. Each of you has used your creativity, your vision, and experience to make your voice heard, and this matters.
Untuk juara ketiga atas nama Wulan Fitria Ramadan. Untuk juara kedua adalah Kevin Yehesikal Burning. Untuk juara pertama adalah Fiskal Purbawan. Berikut ini adalah pemenang kompetisi kategori konten video. Juara pertama adalah Akbar Fernando Dabu. Berikutnya untuk kategori pelatihan, juara 3 adalah Asani Soliha Elfata, juara 2 Arif Prasetyo, dan juara 1 adalah Alpius Uromati. Selamat untuk semuanya kawan-kawan yang sudah berhasil menjadi pemenang.
ก็อยากเป็นหมอค่ะหมอที่เก่งค่ะและหนูก็อยากช่วยคนอื่นเขาค่ะ
มาอยู่หมู่แทงหลายปีแล้วครับแต่ก่อนอยู่ชายแดนแม่สอดครับแล้วก็ย้ายมาอยู่แม่สอดกับจูกับพ่อแม่นี่ไงก็แต่งงานกันใช่ไหมลูกสองก็เขาก็พาไว้ที่พ่อแม่ผมไงพ่อแม่ตายไปแล้วก็ไม่มีคนดูแลให้ไงลูกก็อยู่คนเดียวใช่ไหมผมก็ไปเรียกมาให้อยู่เรียนหนังสือต่อที่นี่ครับ
แต่มีพี่เชียร์แต่ว่าเสียงว่าไอ้ดีเกณฑ์สายการกูตาเนี่ยแควใส่เสียงเลยใช่ไหมเพราะส่วนแต่มีอภัยเนี่ยไอ้ดีโยกาเนี่ยแบบสว่าใช่ไหมแต่มีไอ้ดีเสียงพี่เชียร์ใช่ไหมอยู่ดีเอาไว้ไอ้ดีเสียไอ้ดีเกณฑ์สายเนี่ยแบบสว่าอันใหญ่แบบใช่ไหม
พอมีตังค์แค่นี้นะมีตังค์แค่นี้กับผมใช้หมดก็ได้ใช่ไหมลูกก็มีคนเดียวเลยลูกทำอะไรก็ทำไปเลยอย่าเลี้ยงหลายก็เลี้ยงไปเลย
ရှမ်းစာပဲဖြစ်ဗမာစာပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်စာအဓိကပဲဟောအဲ့လိုမျိုးတက်ထားမှအဆင်ပြေမယ်လေအားလုံးနဲ့ကြော်လွှမ်းနိုင်မယ်ပေါ့နော်နောက်တော့ပြောမလဲဆိုရင်ရှမ်းပြည်မှာနေမယ်ဆိုလဲရှမ်းနေနဲ့သူစာတက်ထားမှာဘယ်ဝဲဖြစ်သွားမယ်ဆိုရင်စာတက်ထားပြီဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ပြောလို့ဆိုလို့သွားလို့လာလို့ရဲတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီလိုပြောရဲဆိုရဲတယ်ပေါ့မြန်မာပြည်မှာဆိုလဲဒီလိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုမျိုးစာတက်ထားမှာပြောရဲဆိုရဲမယ်ဆိုသူ့နာကတော့သူ့ကိုယ်သူလည်းလို့ပြောမယ်ဆိုယုံကြည်စိတ်ချမယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုမျိုး
တမီးကိုအဖေဟိုလာမြန်မာပြည်မှာကြောင်းတထားဖို့လေဆရာမအဲ့ဒါအဖေတို့အမေလည်းရံဖေးပြီးတော့ထွက်လာတယ်အဲ့ဒါအဖေလည်းစိတ်စီရတယ်ဘာလို့မှမသိဘူးဆရာမအမေလည်းဆရာမပြီးတော့အဖေပြန်လာအမေပြန်လာတယ်ဆရာမနောက်ပြီးတော့လည်းအဲ့ဒီချိန်လေးဆရာမတထေးမအထည်ယူမယ်ဆိုတော့အဖေစိတ်ညစ်ရဘာလို့မှမသိဘူးဆရာမပြီးတော့ဒါပေမဲ့အဖေလည်းတမီးရှင်းအောင်ပျော်ဝဲနေတယ်ဆရာမတမီးနားမှာကြတော့ဟိုတာစဉ်းစားတယ်ပေါ့ဆရာမတမီးတို့
วางเต่าไว้บนเก้าอี้และไปดู
บางคนก็จะไม่อยากที่จะเรียนต่อเพราะว่าอยากจะช่วยเหลือครอบครัวนะคะอยากจะดูแลน้องอยากจะดูแลบ้านอยากจะช่วยแบ่งเบาภาระของครอบครัวเนี่ย
ก็หยุดเรียนไป แต่ว่าเมื่อมีโครงการนี้เกิดขึ้นมีเครื่องมือที่เขารู้สึกว่าได้เรียนด้วยแล้วก็ได้เงินด้วยนะคะเด็กก็จะคิดว่ามันเหมือนกับมันเติมเต็มความต้องการของเขานะคะทำให้เขาได้กลับเข้ามาเรียนหนังสืออีกครั้งหนึ่ง
ขนาดผมอยู่มา10 ปีกว่าแล้วเมืองไทยนี่ฟุกไม่เคยได้ดันสื่อเลยเขียนไม่ได้อ่านไม่ได้ใช่ไหมคนรู้ทันได้ขนาดนี้ผมก็สบายใจมากเลยครับ
သူတို့အဖွဲ့အစည်းရတဲ့ကောင်းပြီးတော့စာအုပ်တွေကလည်းအမျိုးများတယ်ပြီးတော့ဖတ်တဲ့ဟာခလေးကြတော့လည်းသူတို့ဟိုတာအချိန်တွေကလည်းအလားဟာတမ်းမဖြစ်ဘူးပြီးတော့စာအုပ်တွေလည်းဖတ်လို့ရတယ်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်သူပဲဖြစ်ဖတ်ချင်ကြတယ်မှာဟိုတာပညာရေးဟိုတာဘ ഹു တုတရအောင်မကောက်ဟိုတာပတ်စံလည်းရတယ်ဆိုတော့ဖတ်ချင်ကြတယ်မှာပြီးတော့
อนาคตของลูกผมนี่อีกพูดง่ายๆก็ผมก็ไม่อยากให้เหมือนกับผมอาชีพยัดผ้าอะไรทำงานหนักๆอย่างนี้เลยอยากให้นั่งห้องแอร์แหละ
2019 itu Indonesia dilanda oleh pandemi COVID-19. Memang di sini sangat mempengaruhi, ya. Nah, terpaksa memang kendalanya oleh Bapak dan Ibu guru secara rutin, ya, setiap hari Ibu guru ada yang keliling atau memberikan tugas yang kepada siswa yang tidak punya HP.
Motivasi kepada orang tua agar orang tua juga bisa ikut menggerakkan anak-anaknya gitu untuk bisa mengikuti pembelajaran. Itu salah satunya. Selain itu juga ada beberapa
Aduh. Ladies and gentlemen, let's continue the session. Please, you may be seated. For those who are still outside of the ballroom, please, you can come and bring your food and coffee inside, and let's continue the session. It's fine. Good morning again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's continue with the session for today. I would like to invite again Professor Jeff Kemkin to continue the moderation of this session. Professor Jeff Kemkin, thank you. Before I hand it over, I would like to remind all the speakers who will be standing, please see around you. Please look at your environment, and please don't go to the near here, to the edge. Please go to the center. So without further ado, Professor Jeff Kemkin, I hand it over to you. Thank you.
So if I'm doing some tap dancing, I need to be careful. All right. Welcome back, everybody. Let's get into another interesting session. This session 2 is again on the achievement and support of MUCP in UNESCO. In this session, we will have 3 speakers, each with about 15 minutes, and then we'll have 15 minutes for question and answers. The first speaker will be Diana Setuyawati, who is an Associate Project Officer with UNESCO, and she will present on MUCP achievements relating to culture. Welcome back. And the second speaker will be Miss Siti Rashmania, who will present on MUC achievements relating to communication and information. For the third presentation on MUC achievements relating to social and human sciences, we were to have a video. We don't have that, so I'll just talk a little bit about what I know about the efforts in human and social sciences. So with that, thanks very much for coming back, and please once again organise your questions and hold them, and we'll get back to those shortly. Over to you, Nana.
Thank you, Professor Kemkin. So please introduce myself. My name is Diana Setiawati, or you can call me Nana. I'm representing Culture Unit of UNESCO Jakarta. But I would like to give you a little bit heads up. The project that we are going to present today is probably a little bit different with the first session that we had. This is actually a project that just completed, and it just initiated in 2023. And by looking at the results and also all the positive activities and acknowledgement for this project, we are happy to share with you. We hope that this program can also inspire more collaboration and more partnership in the culture sector. So the project is called the Developing World Heritage Inspired Creative Products. This is actually, this project is inspired by the community development activities conducted around the World Heritage in Malaysia and in Indonesia, which has been assisted by the UNESCO Jakarta in the few years before. And we're looking at the importance of how we engage community who live around the World Heritage to get their interests to preserve their World Heritage, but also by enhancing their livelihood. And yeah, for the culture sector, we are actually representing for outcome 3, which is promoting local small and medium enterprise at UNESCO sites through online marketing and branding development. So this project is actually, we would like to aim to leverage opportunities for communities around the World Heritage. And there are many activities that actually we can do, which actually can attract their interest in preserving the World Heritage, but also by enhancing their livelihood. And before we do this program, we also conducted like an initial survey and also initial consultations with the site managers from Georgetown, Malacca, and Borobudur to see what are the current conditions and what are things that we can improve and maybe the gap that we can fulfill. And we also bringing together the artisans from the 3 World Heritage sites and also the site managers to discuss each other, because we have seen from the previous years and previous activities, there is a little bit gap between the site managers and artisans, because site managers tend to focus to preserve the conservation and preservation aspect. So they probably has a little bit less focus for community development, and for artisans, they are more concentration for their livelihood. So we hope by this program, we can create heritage-inspired souvenirs or merchandise that can be produced by the artisans, but can bring values of the World Heritage sites. So yeah, this is the sites that we are working together, but unfortunately we don't have representation from site managers from Borobudur, Georgetown, and Malacca due to their busy schedule. But we have been working together with them to see what are the outstanding universal values, what are the stories, for example, for Borobudur temple compounds, what are the stories and philosophies from the reliefs that can be inspiration from the artisans surround the Borobudur. And from Malacca, what are the local cultures that actually can also be preserved and promote through the creative industries. So the project activities, this is actually just start in January 2023, and we concluded in 31st of May. There are 3 main activities, which is the virtual kickoff meeting, which we had it online, and then this is follow up with the virtual mentoring. You will see more later about the virtual mentoring, how we do it. And then we have also a physical meeting in Borobudur, during the 30th April until the 3rd May. This is where the artisans from Georgetown and Malacca come to visit Indonesia. They come to Yogyakarta and Borobudur and meet with the artisans there, meet with the site managers there. We have this discussion. We also have elaboration with the practitioners from the product design to see and whether we can develop new product prototype and what will be the branding narratives. And then we have a closing workshop online where the artisans presented their new product ideas on the 22nd of May. Yeah, this is basically the sum up of the activities. Like we have a site manager mini engagement, of course, because they are the key of the stories and also the values that we would like to promote by the artisans. And then we have the program mentoring. This is the heavy part of UNESCO Jakarta to engage with the professionals in the product design and also business development. So we can also help the artisans to see what are the things that we can improve from the product and business perspective. And then the artisans in the end, they have support from us, not only virtual mentoring and also training and coaching, but they also have a branding support. Yeah. If we count actually the virtual mentoring that we did under the program is quite many, because we offer March until May. We did various consultation and mentoring through Zoom workshop and also WhatsApp consultations. Yes, we do also a WhatsApp class where we link the meetings and discussion between the site managers and the artisans, and also the business development and product design experts. So like From here, we see like Mr. Kenny from Georgetown, Georgetown. Where is? Yeah, Kenny is there. We will meet all of them tomorrow during the talk shows. He's actually inspired to make a beaded shoes, inspired from the motif from the Georgetown. And then above we have like Chun An, that's from Georgetown as well. He's making a game board, which is actually telling about the places and situation in Georgetown. And then we have like Jamie, this is a youth from Indonesia. He's making the bags, which is inspired from the Borobudur and other World Heritage Sites in Indonesia. You can see also how detailed the mentors give discussion. We talk about the mood boards, what will be the nice colors, and can you do that through waste management materials, you know? So we try to combine all these elements. This is actually the physical workshop. After the series of mentoring, we calculated there are 17 virtual mentoring that we did during March and April. And then we do the physical workshop where they all gather. So after a series of online meetings, these artisans and site managers, we invite them to come to Yogyakarta and Borobudur. During the 3 days, we have like series of cultural exchange, product discussion, workshop visits, and also visiting Borobudur temple compounds and also meet with the site managers to see also what are the things that each other can learn from each other. And then there are activities, So if the 4 days that we did the physical workshop is actually quite intensive, because we also try to bring the participant to go to the villages of Borobudur to see how actually Borobudur, as a local government, they tried also to encourage the communities around the World Heritage to improve their creative industries, but still preserving the World Heritage. So we also visited the local workshop. We learned about the cultural activities like playing gamelan, and then there are presentation of products from the artisans. The above one is B from Malacca. So she's presented the beaded shoes inspired from the Malacca motif. And then these trees are the 3 site managers from Borobudur Heritage and Malacca. Yeah, and even though this program is actually not designed focus only for youths, but we have actually a very nice bonus because the way we develop the programs, we also provided virtual Zoom and workshop, which is open for public. And then we also have a public event during the World Heritage Day, where actually we have additional 250 indirect beneficiaries throughout these virtual mentorings, and surprisingly 50% are youth, and these youths are actually lots of them are university students. So we are actually quite optimistic and very happy with this type of method, and we hope that we can bring continue all this type of activities and engaging youths to also understand about how the bilateral activities between Indonesia and Malaysia can be conducted. Yeah, this is what I'm saying, the World Heritage Day. So in Indonesia, we celebrate it every 18th of April. And we took the opportunity also to showcase this program. And we invited 2 site managers from Borobudur and also from Georgetown to share their experience in managing community development programs and also conservation challenges. And yeah, this is actually a very useful opportunity as well, because we can showcase the program as well. And we have a higher past presentation from the university students and also the youths. So there are positive feedbacks as well we received from University of Gajah Mada. The one that the lecturer, they also come and invited the students to join this online celebration. And then they said this is actually very useful for the students because they can hear from the site managers from Malaysia about how they can they also have challenges in preserving the World Heritage and how they tackle it. This is the result. So we see that dialogue and communication that built between the artisans and site managers is actually enhanced. And we see that if before there are gaps probably, or maybe there are lack of focus of developing community activities around the World Heritage. Through this program, we inspire each other. We are from Indonesia, also inspired how Dr. Ang from Georgetown and also colleagues in Georgetown World Heritage, they also are very close with the team and community there, and they are very committed to preserve and also supporting community activities. And then series of capacity building through online and physical workshop also successfully conducted. And we see that this is also a very useful method as well for the artisans. And then we have some newly developed prototype products after the mentoring. So some of the artisans develop new prototype, and this is actually they can use to enhance their livelihoods. This is only impact by the numbers, even though this is our direct beneficiaries. We have 16 artisans from Malaysia, Indonesia, assisted by the program. And then 18 site managers from Malaysia, Indonesia participated in the program. Yeah, even though the numbers is quite low for the direct beneficiary, but because this program is actually quite focused and provide individual mentoring to this beneficiary group. But in the future, we hope that we can continue doing this type of collaboration and maybe enlarge more the number of beneficiaries. Yeah, thank you. This is a photo we take artisans from Borobudur, Malaysia in Borobudur after they successfully made ceramic pottery. Thank you so much.
Wonderful, thanks very much, Diana. MUCP, or any program, would be pretty boring if it was just about science and education. And I think you see through Diana's presentation how the inclusion of culture in all the UNESCO mandates have added so much richness to MUCP. So thank you very much for that. It's also a great message to see that there's still new things happening, new projects, and that's a really important step too. Thank you. Okay, over to City, isn't it? City will go next and present to us on MUCP achievements relating to communication and information. Thank you.
Selamat siang or good morning. I'm representing Communication and Information Unit of UNESCO Jakarta. If you see UNESCO, maybe you will confuse where Communication and Information Unit comes from, because UNESCO is United Nations, Education, Scientific, and Culture. That's the famous one. So Communication and Information program is included in UNESCO in the late 90s. So that's why when UNESCO was established, communication and information not yet there. So this time I will present it about the achievement of communication and information activities supported by the Malaysian UNESCO Cooperation Program. Basically, there are two main activities. The first one is the preservation of documentary heritage in ASEAN countries. So UNESCO has a Memory of the World program launched in 1992 with a vision that the world documentary heritage belong to all, should be preserved and protected for all, and be accessible to all. So this year, congratulations, Malaysia, you have one Memory of the World inscribed in the international registration. It's about Misa Melayu MSS6, a narration of the history of the ceremonial rules of the Perak Sultanate. So hopefully in the future you have more more selection, submission. So we have more and more documentation that we can give legacy to our future generation. So during this activity, we also involved the UNESCO 2015 recommendation on the non-binding standard setting instrument on the protection and promotion of various aspects of the role and museum and collection. So this is still related with documentary. So documentary in this sense is it could be a paper documentary and also a digitization. So this program aim at the less development countries and small island and development states. And as a result, we have targeting Timor-Leste and Myanmar, Cambodia and Laos, and ASEAN as a wider region. So in May 2017, we organized an international museum here in Kuala Lumpur, attended by Yang Berbahagia Datuk Rashidi bin Hasbullah at that time as the Deputy Minister of Tourism, and also attended by the then Assistant Director General of Communication and Information. So during this event, the participants from ASEAN countries, including Korea, Japan, and China, if I'm not mistaken, they agree for adopted the UNESCO ASEAN Member State Action Plan for the implementation of the UNESCO recommendation on documentation heritage. So this is really about heritage. As a result of this action plan, Timor-Leste National Committee for Memory of the World was established, also in Myanmar, also in Laos PDR, and the reactivation of National Committee of Memory of the World in Cambodia and Philippines. So this is led to Myanmar and Laos PDR successfully inscribed their Memory of the World for the first time in 2017. So the second activity is about something very dear to all of us this day. You can feel it now. The heat, the climate change impact to our current life is really affecting us. This is not a hoax anymore. Everybody start to believe that this is really happening. So after the COP21 in 2015, we have the Paris Agreement. And as a follow-up action for that, this MUCP supported the project to strengthening the media capacity in monitor and reporting the climate change in Asia Pacific. Again, it's also targeting the least developed countries and small island development states. So we are trying to equip media with the knowledge how to report the climate change and also helping monitoring the impact in their own country, as well as raising the public awareness about the climate change process. And this activity also to promote the South-South networking. And as a result, we have the project have a 4 partnership with the media faculty in 4 universities, Chulalongkorn and Chiang Mai University in Thailand, University of Nottingham Malaysia campus, and University of Sains Malaysia. And we managed to have a 7 network of journalists and training institutions, and it's affected 300 journalists, media professionals, students, and open source activists from 16 countries gain knowledge on issues surrounding climate change. And for this, we also working together with IPDC, developed this book, Getting the Message Across, How to Report Climate Change and Sustainable Development in Asia Pacific, a handbook for journalists. The book is available on that site. If you're interested, you can have a copy. It looks small numbers, but we still have a copy, so don't worry. And for this, we would like to invite you all again to come on Saturday, as we will have a talk show to discuss a bit deeper about these activities. Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you very much, Siti. MUCP's communication and information projects addressed some of the most critical issues facing the world, and it's just really heartening to see the reach that you were able to get through those projects to so many people involved that are reporting on these issues around the world and building their capacity to do so. It was such a critical step. So, well done. So, thank you both. So I'm filling in, and now I'm juggling 3 jobs: moderator, presenter, and reporter. So I got bits of paper everywhere, so I'm going to stay sitting down. Otherwise, I will drop them all. I have a background in natural sciences and natural resources law, but at one stage I found myself the leader of a group called the Australian Research Centre for Water in Society, which was a group of 22 staff, 20 of which were psychologists, and applying their trade to the issues of water and natural resource management. And it really opened up my eyes of the importance of social and human sciences in addressing the real challenges of the world, like climate change, adaptation, like water, and so many others. It really was an eye-opener to me, and I became such an advocate for the role of social science and human sciences in our decision-making. So I'm fortunate just to be able to share a couple of things that they're actually drawn from the MUCP Synthesis Review, which was a document that summarised where MUCP was up to at 2019. So just a few snippets from that about social and human sciences. With 5 major implementation partner countries for social and human sciences, and they were Cambodia, Indonesia, Ireland, Malaysia, and Singapore. And there were 2 international implementation partner organisations. And they addressed social and human sciences needs through 4 projects. 457 people were engaged since 2014. And the projects largely supported the SDGs of 10, 13 and 17. Those projects strengthened the capacity of ASEAN countries to assess and reform social policy and regulatory frameworks to increase inclusiveness and ensure the equal enjoyment of human rights for all. They supported inclusive social development goals in Malaysia, the Philippines, Indonesia and Southern Africa by improving the availability, accessibility and usage, often known as valorisation, of research and evidence in inclusive policy and planning processes. And they addressed environmental, social and ethical challenges of annual haze in Southeast Asia by bringing together policymakers, researchers, experts and activists to work with local communities in Indonesia to design and test solutions anchored in human rights and ethical frameworks. This was a really important role for human and social sciences, the ability to bring these groups together. And just a couple of examples of projects. The MUCP project Strengthening ASEAN Community 2015 through South-South cooperation, foresight and capacity building on inclusive policy development was to strengthen national capabilities to ensure the equal enjoyment of human rights for all, including the disadvantaged and vulnerable segments of the population. It was designed to build the capacities of stakeholders in Cambodia, Malaysia and Timor-Leste in particular by introducing cutting-edge tools and methodologies for inclusive policy design and assessment. And in each country, the project was led by a national policy working group that had the support of UNESCO Jakarta and other international partners. One of the things that came out of that was the UNESCO's Inclusive Policy Lab, which was developed to support multi-stakeholder collaboration in those countries and to help disseminate the results of the project globally. You can access that lab. It's free, interactive, collaborative and educational platform that helps people from around the world to co-create knowledge and apply it towards inclusive and equitable policies. It's already being used in many situations, such as a technical platform for work carried out by the Management of Social Transformations, or MOST, program, National Committee of Indonesia, to assess national legislative and regulatory framework on the social assistance and disaster risk reduction of coastal communities. This is just one of the examples of the projects on social and human sciences. Excuse me. Another example was using a Sebakaya model, the project Valorising Evidence on Inclusive Social Development to Achieve SDGs in Malaysia and Africa undertook a SWOT analysis, a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats analysis of 2 programs in Malaysia aimed at sustaining the well-being of communities. And some of the people in the room probably involved in those projects. The first one was Family and Community Empowerment, or FACE, and the second one, which is harder for me to say, Pusat Activity Warga Emas, or POR. And this work provided many important insights into the development of effective and implementable policy, such as the need to promote success stories. We were talking about it earlier in relation to MUCP. That inspire social inclusion and cohesion, award national champions at the grassroots, and promote pentahelix relationships between government, academia, industry, community and NGOs. That project was so successful it was upscaled to transfer the Malaysian experience to African partner institutions. So that was one of the 5 upscale projects that Adito mentioned earlier. And another example, the work on MUCP, understanding the behaviours of local peoples and their response to new innovations, aimed to help reduce smoke haze in Indonesia. And that project found that communities are well aware of the problems they face, and that those problems in the field are social challenges. They're filled with uncertainties and variabilities. The community understands their local context. All communities understand their local context, and they're adapting to new practices, drawing from past experiences, and with the support of, but not driven by, science. Science is there to support the communities. The project noted that information is best delivered through existing communication channels, and while changing behaviour through education is not easy, it's an important part of the solution, particularly through targeting younger people. So there's just 3 examples of MUC projects that have clearly demonstrated the important role of social and human sciences play in developing and implementing effective and inclusive sustainable development policies, and really mirrors my own experience in fisheries and water management over the years. So I really congratulate MUCP on the efforts in social and human sciences. So thank you very much. Now we have some time for questions and answers. Sorry, one moment. You want to share now? Do now. So we have a short video we're just going to see first. Please start thinking about your questions and answers.
We have video ready? Yeah. So because our talk show is tomorrow on Friday, and we have our artisans here. We have 2 artisans from Indonesia. Maybe you can stand up. Denny and Jesse. Yes. They both are very active youth that also working on preserving batik as our intangible cultural heritage, but they also a creator and owner of creative brands. And we also have 2 artisans from Georgetown and Malacca, Kenny and Mr. Basir. Yes. So tomorrow we will be hearing from them about the experience and stories from them when they joining the program, and how we actually can learn each other between Malaysia and Indonesia. So we have actually a small video, a very short one. And we would like to give you a little bit stories and experience that we had during the physical workshop that we had. So probably it helps us to give idea of how the project has been implemented. Silakan.
Yang menarik dari kegiatan ini adalah kita jadi mengenal dengan budaya yang ada di negara Malaysia, kemudian juga negara Malaysia, belajar juga budaya yang ada di Indonesia, dan saya sendiri tertantang ya karena lewat kesamaan kita yang punya semangat untuk mengembangkan produk dengan mengangkat World Heritage yang ada di negara masing-masing, jadi idenya tuh semakin kaya, kemudian semakin menilik ke dalam lagi potensi dari World Heritage yang ada di Indonesia sendiri untuk kita kembangkan bersama-sama.
Saya berasa gembira dengan jayanya event ini. Harapan saya artisan Indonesia dapat ke Malaysia untuk melihat perbezaannya artisan Malaysia dan Indonesia.
Harapan saya agar artisan kedua negara dapat menjana kehidupan yang lebih lestari.
Setelah kita tahu masing-masing karakter dari teman-teman, ide kreatif mereka, dan itu sangat memungkinkan setelah malam ini kita diskusi, ada semacam kolaborasi, kemudian juga kita saling follow-follow, jadi kita bisa lebih komunikasi setelah ini meskipun acara sudah selesai.
Indonesia Malaysia.
Very nice. Thank you for that. That was lovely and very interesting, and I had to control myself not to get up and dance. Okay, let's go to some questions. Can we have your questions on these three areas of communication and information, social and human sciences, and the first one was and culture, of course. Please, questions. Yes, sir.
My name is Ludia Pin. I'm from Sabah, working with Sabah Parks. That is part of Borneo Island, Sabah. It's in the north. So my question for both three presenters, despite of all those, what do you call that, success, what are the gaps that need to be filled in or, work out?
Okay, who'd like to go first?
Thank you. We needed that question because indeed we, of course, it identified gaps, especially for culture because the project that we had was actually quite short. It was 5 months. So actually it's still a baby step, as we say. But we see from the process that we had, we see that we need a little bit more, a longer time to work together with the artisan and site managers to fill each other knowledge. So at this stage, we are successfully developed some new product prototypes, but we can see that there is still a need to extend more communication and more collaboration between the site managers and also artisans who live surround the World Heritage Site. So even though the project has been closed, so we try to continue to do so in also our other programs. And we are actually now still very much been in touch with site managers from Georgetown and Malacca and Borobudur. But we also do hope for this type of program we can have a little bit longer time because we can develop product with more focus and more mentoring and then maybe wider beneficiaries. So that's the first gap that I think we can identify from our project.
Thank you, Pak Rudi, for the question. The gap, the very obvious one is the different capacity of the journalists in different countries. As we mentioned before, we are focusing in Myanmar, Timor-Leste, Laos, PDR. So those countries, especially Timor-Leste, they are new. We are also from UNESCO Jakarta helping them in establishing their press council. So this is a first step to make them to be able to increase their capacity in reporting. And especially they have a not new language, but they are adopting Tetum as their national language. This is also a kind of when we have to, for example, interpreting this is also quite challenging to get the terms correctly translated into the local language, because one of UNESCO program is also to promote mother language, so we're trying to get there as much as we can. And also for media, it's also related to the political situation and also the country's interests on the subject. I think maybe we can talk more on Saturday, Pak. Discuss more. Thank you, Pak.
Thanks very much. Just to add to those two comments, I think it comes down to looking at it in two different ways. One is there's sort of technical gaps. Okay, every expert in their own field could identify lots and lots more things that they would like to do. That's one point, and the other is it is about maximizing the benefits of what you've done already, and that's where so many programs and projects fall down. You know, it's exciting to move on to something else rather than maximizing what you've already done. And for me, there's a lot of gold still to be mined in you know, benefiting from the efforts that have been made so far. Okay, next question, please. Pardon me, I'll go there and then back to Grace.
Assalamualaikum and good morning. I'm Susanna. I'm from University Technology Malaysia, from Perdana Policy, as well as I'm the chair for the Science, Engineering, Technology, Innovation Policy under Stefan for UNESCO. Okay, I have two questions, a very brief question. Lately, I also helped UNESCO to organize many workshops and initiatives. Example like open science and AI, and then I did a lot of questions, asked them, and also quick survey this morning. Yeah? Unfortunately, most of them did not aware about MUTC. They're not aware about it. In fact, my colleague also, when I involved in UNESCO, then they know about MUTC. So is there any effort, or you have done a survey, to see and to gauge the awareness level of MUTC? So from that, we can move forward. Now I want to see in that one. So another question, the team of UTM and also our expert, we have organized a workshop, 3 times workshop. You can get the detail on the wall, on the open science policy implementation. So our team have incorporated one of the elements that is ingenious knowledge and localization. Yeah, so the one that Diana and also the rest of members talking about the localization. Yeah, so do you have any initiative, or you have incorporated all this in the platform of open science, to help the implementation of this program? Because you're talking about Malaysia and Indonesia, that will be a good best practice to be shared with the Asia and Pacific region. Thank you.
Thank you, Susanna. Nana or Siti, do you have a response?
Thank you. on the question on how to improve the awareness of MUCP, yeah, maybe this is one of the effort is something like this, the workshop. This we are trying to invite as much as beneficiaries. We are trying to involve others institutions, not only in Malaysia but also in the region, to participate in this MUCP program. So this is something that maybe we can improve more. That's why even though the activity, the program itself will be concluded by this year, but we still keep the program, the project information in our website that was informed this morning in the morning session. So this is some examples. Maybe this is not maximum, but we are trying. I think this is something that we still have to work on, I think, yeah, to have more awareness among, I don't know, even Malaysian or other UNESCO institution, but I think for UNESCO Jakarta, UNESCO Bangkok, and other field office involved, they're all aware about this Malaysia UNESCO cooperation program, because this is quite a significant program for us. So I think that's I can say right now. Thank you.
Okay, I will try to answer about the open science, but maybe if my colleagues want to add about that. So it's correct, yeah, that's what we, from culture, is actually encouraged to do localization, and we try to encourage local potential to be more promoted and also to be showcased. Because the project that we are working, that I presented before, is also focusing more on the artisans and communities who live surround the World Heritage. Maybe I can also share information that actually in the process of our mentoring, not particularly in this program, but there are also some beneficiaries of this program who also joined that workshop. We also involve technology also for the development of creative industries. So I think it was in March, we had a workshop about introducing artificial intelligence in the eyes of creative industries expert. And we also invited artisans with disabilities to also join the discussion. So there are, because we are also assisting artisans with disabilities, some of them are working for the graphic designers, some of them also artists, they like to paint digitally and then sell it to the social media. So we introduced as well, we collaborated with social and human science actually for the workshop for the artificial intelligence. And yeah, that's actually one of the steps that we did about how to involve more technology for the culture program. That's one of the examples.
Okay, great. Just a quick question for our MC. What time are we finishing this session? Because it tells me we've got 12 minutes left there, but yeah? 10 minutes left. Okay, great. Thanks very much. Okay, back to Grace, please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jeff. This is for Diane. First is I would like to congratulate you for a very good project and presentation. So it's really good to utilize SMEs for the preservation of our World Heritage. My question is, did you ever just adopt the theory of change framework? Because it's good to see the before and after scenario, especially for behavior change. And then the second is, we're very much after of the ripple effect. So is there some kind of a sustainability plan, especially on the products that you have already, creative products that you have developed? Because this could be a very good basis for success stories. Thank you.
Thank you. I just answer now?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So yeah, actually for the theory of change, we haven't really applied, but actually that's also part of our plan because we also would like to see how if it is applied to our program. So we're going to assess on that as well. And for the sustainability, yes, since we developed the project since the beginning, we put the sustainability as the first element. So the artisans that we are working together, since the beginning, we encourage them to also do collaborations. So, for instance, there is like Jessie Setiawati from Indonesia through this program. I'm actually wearing outer designed by Jessie. Jessie is there. Yeah, this is actually Itot also wearing outer. Designed by Jessie. This is actually part of the creative industries inspired by the heritage stories. This is actually the motif from the old heritage building in Kota Lama in Semarang. And through the program, Jessie is also explaining about her work, and there is also new inspiration as well from our artisans from Malacca, from Miss B. She's actually making beaded shoes, and she's really inspired with Jessie's stories, and they're also talking about collaboration. And there is also other collaboration as well between Kenny Lo from Georgetown and Denny, because Kenny Lo is a fashion designer, and Denny is also working on the brand for the fashion and batik. So they are also talking about how to make batik, which actually inspired by the motif and reliefs. Because this is related with creative industry, so we think that this can make sustainability in their business as well. Because when they apply new motifs, so they make a new business plan, so the result of the livelihood can be also sustained. And I think our work is not stopped here. We still keep talking with Dr. Ang and Ernie from Georgetown and Malacca about how to continue doing this partnership in the future. So yeah, that's my.
Great, thanks very much. Please, Doctor. In the front, thanks.
Yes, good noon, everyone. Since in the Pentahelix partnership, media has been added, right? Yeah. I'm wondering how would you approach the concept of memory keeper? Because before, we thought that the academe will be the memory keeper. Now, we are talking about artisans. Will there be an institute? I've seen the museums of Indonesia. It's really good, no? They keep memories and certain knowledges. But our youth, they come up with new things. They innovate. So how do we go about with the artisans group and keep all this in a very flexible or progressive manner? Thank you.
Thank you. So for the artisans, we actually, the way we work with the artisans is we really need we really see the current situation and how we can assist with them. So one of the way for us to keep the program, not the impact sustained, and also to keep the knowledge is we work very closely with them as well at the last month of the program to develop narratives of the products. So there is a heritage expert from Indonesia called Agni Malagina, and then we have a branding design expert, Mr. Fabian as well. And then we have virtual mentoring. We discussed about the product stories and narratives. We consulted with the site managers, and we put them in the product narratives file. So we translated that in a business perspective as a product tag and then product stories. So that's actually one of our way as well to keep the memories. But we can see from the process as well that this is actually quite useful exercise for the artisans, because not all artisans are actually care about the stories of their product. And when they know that if they care, it actually can increase the value of their product. So it's also part of our way to improve their awareness, but also keep the knowledge with them. And with that exercise, we are also making them to be more intrigued about their local culture. So they dig more information, they ask the site managers, they ask about the cultural activists around them. So that's pretty organic, but at the same time, it's also useful to increase their business values.
Great, thanks very much. Okay, firstly, Dr. Choi, and then the gentleman at the back, and that'll all we have time for. Thank you.
It's not about question. Let me support Diana's explanation to get back to a theory of change, because her project for art under the culture unit is still ongoing. So her meant it is going to be reported, because all UNESCO project document, which is a proposal, and our internal report framework is based on the theory of change. So when we see that, it is developed based on the outputs, inputs, activities. So under the whole goal of it, we provide interventions through activities, right? And then based on that, we are expecting final outputs and impacts. So that kind of things is as of some kind of flows. So UNESCO, all of project documents and the reports are based on the flow already. So it is not necessary to revisit back, because it is already on the foundation, for your information.
Thank you very much. And last question, the gentleman up the back. Thank you.
I want to ask a question for Ms. Diana. I have ever worked as the refugee volunteer near the Myanmar. Right now, I create a World Heritage volunteer in Malacca. I want to find the way between World Heritage volunteer and the peace building and the UNHCR. So this year, we have the activity in Malacca. It's World Heritage volunteer. And I want to find this way, how to do better, how to promote young guys, and how to do for myself to between World Heritage protection, World Heritage volunteer, and peace building. We hope to do a little from heritage to peace. I want to have this question for Ms. Diana. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fang. So, World Heritage for Peace, yeah. Later on we can talk more, but maybe we also can give you some example. There was also a project that we did under the culture unit with Afghanistan before. So it's a bilateral program between Indonesia and Afghanistan. We exchange the information about how also the creative industries development and also the site management site from the Bamiyan World Heritage Sites and Borobudur. So at that time, because we know the condition in Afghanistan is also quite challenging, but the site managers and then also the students that come to visit, they also learn about how they can also promote the local culture peacefully. So yeah, we did some of the programs with them, some activities I can share with Mr. Peng later. Maybe we can talk after the event. Thank you.
Excellent, thanks very much. Yes, keep that conversation and all these other conversations going over coffee. Unfortunately, that's all we have time for in this session. I'd like to thank all the participants in the audience. Thank you for your questions and for listening. Diana and Siti, thank you very much for your contributions. I think you'll all agree that the MUCP achievements in culture, communication, information, and social and human sciences have added a great deal of richness to the program overall, and with a wide range of benefits across the world. So thank you for your efforts. Thank you for your efforts, and well done, everyone involved. Back to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all speakers, and thank you very much for Professor Kempkin for moderating this morning's sessions. I feel like you have come to like a full circle because you've been with us since the very beginning of the MUCP program. So congratulations and thank you very much once again. We will invite you to come back to your seats and we will proceed with another sessions for another MUCP products outputs. So thanks again for all the speakers for this morning session. I think, I hope that this MUCP achievement this morning session can inspire you all and then attract you to come to our booth and see the achievement that we have achieved with the MUCP program. I would like to continue now with the next sessions. We are going to introduce one of our recent outputs from the MUCP program for Sustainable Development Goals, which is the SECI scorecard. So let's wait for the chairs to be arranged. Okay, thank you. So now I would like to now invite again Mr. Ardhito Kodiat to the stage again to introduce this SECI scorecard. Okay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Ade. So I think it's good afternoon, and we are sorry. I think now me and my colleague will be standing before holding up your lunch. So hopefully you can still bear with us for this last session before we go to lunch. So just a brief background. In 2015, as you know, there is the global framework for sustainable development goal that has been established. And then within the years, under the MUCP, we have a project which is called the Asia-Pacific Facilities for Accelerating Science and Technology. It was led by Professor Shahbaz Khan at that time. And one of the questions what is raised is how actually we measure the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goal. Especially at that time, we are talking about science, engineering, technology, and innovation. So based on that, we developed what we call the SETI for SDG, or the Science, Engineering, Technology, Innovation for Sustainable Development Goal scorecard. So this is a scorecard which is being used for SETI activities, contribution to SDGs. And then after this tools is developed, then we are thinking, oh, maybe we should also think about the other sectors of UNESCO: education, culture, social, human sciences, and communication information. And there where we develop a new SDG. This SDG was developed jointly with Help Davao and Department of Science and Technology, and I would like to invite the three who actually helps in leading and developing these tools. I would like to invite Dr. Grace, Dr. Christy, and Mayan from Help Davao as one of the developer of this setting. And for this, I will not go into the details. I would like to invite Mayan Jain to explain in more details about what we have now, which is the SECI for SDG scorecard. Mayan.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. This will be a very short presentation, so please bear with me. I know that you're all excited to have your lunch. I am Mayan Ini from Department of Science and Technology and also from Help Davao Network. Together with me is Miss Christy Galliano and Dr. Dela Grace Bacaltos. It is our honor and pleasure to be sharing with you one of a very important tool. We see it as a very important tool to help governments, funding institutions, implementers like you, researchers, students, evaluate, assess the impact of their activities to the contribution of the SDGs. This morning during the session 1, we had a very wonderful conversation or discussions about the impacts and how we monitor. 2030 is just 7 years away from now. And then by that time, we will be asking ourselves, what have we done? Are we really achieving the SDGs? We feel like we have done so much, like for example, MUCP. For the past 10 years, we've been doing so many projects, programs, and initiatives. But how do these activities and initiatives contribute to the attainment of the SDGs? Without the scorecard, we will not have the tool to assess, and the question will remain unanswered. Okay? So, Mr. Ardito, who is a good friend and partner from UNESCO Indonesia office, gave already a brief background on how we were able to come up with a scorecard. I will not anymore go into the details, but I will just point out that these are milestones that we consider. Us in Davao City, I would just like to share that we really benefited from MUCP, and thank you for the support, because in 2017, when you launched the AP-FAS program, Davao City, Philippines was selected as one of the pilot sites. And one of our outputs is not only the development of the SETI scorecard, but we were also able to enhance or harness the local talents and resources that we have through the SETI ecosystem. With that SETI ecosystem, we were able to identify what are the priority areas that we will be investing on and who are the key players. So that's one thing that is, experiential, something that we can really feel in our part. So in 2030, with the tools, starting with the SETI, which is Science, Engineering, Technology, and Innovation, and the SEXI, which is the Social and Human Sciences, Education, Culture, Communication, and Information. With these two tools, we hope that we will be able to monitor, assess, and evaluate the impacts of our SETI and SEXI programs, projects, and initiatives towards the achievement of the 17 SDGs. So how did we come up with the tools? I would say that one best practice we had is partnership. There was a mention about pentahelix, and we in Help Davao Network and DOST, we really advocate for the pentahelix approach in every part of the implementation, from the conceptualization, implementation, to monitoring. We have the government, the industry or private sector, the civil society, the media partners, and the academe. Why are they important? Of course, once we have the output of all these activities, the question is, who will implement? Who will adopt? But when you have these pentahelix stakeholders right from the beginning of the implementation, they have that sense of ownership, of engagement. So once we have the tool, if you ask me later, were you able to implement? Yes, because the partners are already there right from the beginning, and they understood the process and they took part in the process. So we started with establishing the linkages and partnerships, and then with the pentahelix partners, we validated the list of SDGs, targets, and indicators that would be relevant for the SEXI, and then we tested it locally through the programs and projects that we have in Davao City. When we refer to programs, these are proposals, these are ongoing and completed. So the 3 stages, we locally tested them. And we have projects for each of the thematic area. So we have for the social and human sciences, education, culture, and communication and information. And after testing it locally, we presented it to the UNESCO office, who also gave us the feedback for improvement. And then before we finalized the tool, based on the comments, we enhanced the tool, and we also tested with them to simulate the usability and applicability of the tool before this is officially launched today. So going through all of this process, now we have the SEXY for SDG scorecard. So the SDG, I will not anymore go into the details, because from earlier and for the next 2 days, we will be hearing so many programs, projects, and initiatives of UNESCO supported by the government of Malaysia for social and human sciences, education, culture, and communication and information. Just look around you. We have all of these projects. Now, we are proud but humbled to present to you the SEXY for SDG scorecard. So I hope that we will not anymore be asking, how will I measure the impact of my project? Because we have the tool. Now, if you are going to ask, how are we using the scorecard? Who are the users of this scorecard? From Department of Science and Technology, I will be wearing 2 hats. The funding institution, because DOST provides funds for initiatives, but we also implement. So I am also an implementer of projects. So wearing the hat of a government office, a funding institution, I can use the SEXY for SDG scorecard to evaluate proposals, whether they are slightly contributing, moderately contributing, or strongly contributing to the SDGs. And mind you, in DOST 11, we have been using the SETI for SDG scorecard when we evaluate projects for funding by the DOST. So all projects will have to go through the scorecard. As a project implementer, how can I use it? There are projects that you can do so many things, but the outputs and impacts can be direct or indirect. Or during implementation, I could have high likelihood for attaining my targets, or I could have low likelihood because of several challenges like lack of resources or whatever problems or challenges that may come my way as an implementer. So I can use the SEXY for SDG scorecard to help me identify the pain points in the implementation and also make a catch-up plan, identify resources that I need to address the issues in my implementation. So that's one way as an implementer. And then lastly, as an implementer, I can explicitly express the contributions of my project to the attainment of the SDGs. So if somebody will ask me, how will your program or project or initiative contribute to SDG? I can answer it. I can express it with the help of the scorecard. And also, as if I have a new proposal, if I am a proponent, I can also fine-tune or refine my proposal such that the key indicators of my project will be aligned to the indicators of the SDGs, so that you can work within your programs to ensure that your outputs and impacts would really be aligned to the Sustainable Development Goals, targets, and indicators. So ladies and gentlemen, we present to you the SEXY for SDG scorecard, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mayan, for this, and we return this to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayan, and thank you, Mr. Adito, for the insightful information about the SECI scorecard for the SDGs. I'm sorry, I usually call it SECI, so I think I was wrong. So it was what? Sexy. Sexy. Okay. Astaghfirullah. Okay, so thank you very much once again for the insightful information. We are now would like to invite Mr. Muhammad Daud Muhammad Arif, Undersecretary for Strategic Planning in International Relations, Ministry of Education, Secretary General of Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO, and Dr. Myong Choi, Officer in Charge of UNESCO Jakarta. This is for the official handover of the SDG scorecard from UNESCO office in Jakarta to the Malaysian government through the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. So please give a round of applause once again. Thank you very much. I hope that this Saki scorecard can be an additional of the first Sati scorecard that we've made a couple of years ago. Vimukti. Oh, she's not there. Vimukti. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We will make the sexy scorecard available this afternoon. So after lunch, you can come back here and collect your sexy scorecard. As well as we have also the SETI scorecard that we have also developed a couple of years ago. So it's for free, so everybody can take a few and then also share with your colleagues or students if needed. So as we conclude this morning session, we will proceed later on after lunch. So after this, we kindly invite you, all of the participants, to proceed to the foyer to enjoy the delightful lunch that has been prepared for you. And you could also take this opportunity to see our exhibition from natural science, education, culture, communication and information, as well as social human sciences. We kindly request that you return to this venue at 2 o'clock for the highly anticipated afternoon session, which will feature the much-awaited launching of the coffee table book of the Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program. This publication encapsulates the essence of the 10-year journey of the Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program, highlighting its remarkable milestones and contributions. So thank you very much once again. We look forward to your continued participation and engagement throughout the day. Thank you. Apologize. We would like to invite all of you to the stage so that we can take, just stand on your seat. We will take a group photo from the stage. Thank you very much. I will see you again this afternoon at 2 p.m. Thank you.
ผมก็อยากเป็นหมอค่ะหมอที่เก่งค่ะและหนูก็อยากช่วยคนอื่นเขาค่ะ
มาอยู่ทางหลายปีแล้วครับแต่ก่อนอยู่ชายแดนแม่สอดครับแล้วก็ย้ายมาอยู่แม่สอดกับจูกับพ่อแม่นี่ไงก็แต่งงานกันใช่ไหมลูกสองก็เขาก็พาไว้ที่พ่อแม่ผมไงพ่อแม่ตายไปแล้วก็ไม่มีคนดูแลให้ไงลูกก็อยู่คนเดียวใช่ไหมผมก็ไปเรียกมาให้อยู่เรียนหนังสือต่อที่นี่ครับ
แต่มีဖြစ်ချင်တယ်မှာဆရာဝန်အဲ့ဒီကင်ဆာယောဂါကုသနဲ့ခွဲစိတ်ဆရာဝန်လေးဒီမှာဘာလို့ဆိုတော့တမီးအဖိုးလေးအဖွားတွေကအဲ့ဒီယောဂါနဲ့ပဲစောရတယ်မှာအဲ့တမီးအဲ့ဒီဆရာဝန်ဖြစ်ချင်တယ်မှာအမျိုးတွေရောပဲအဲ့ဒီဆရာအဲ့ဒီကင်ဆာနဲ့ပဲစောရတာအများကြီးပဲဆရာမ
พอมีตังค์แค่นี้นะมีตังค์แค่นี้กับพวกใช้หมดก็ได้ใช่ไหมลูกก็มีคนเดียวเลยลูกทำอะไรก็ทำไปเลยอย่าเลี้ยงอะไรก็เลี้ยงไปเลย
ရှမ်းစာပဲဖြစ်ဗမာစာပဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်စာအဓိကပဲဟောအဲ့လိုမျိုးတက်ထားမှအဆင်ပြေမယ်လေအားလုံးနဲ့ကြော်လွှားနိုင်မယ်ပေါ့နော်နောက်တော့လူပြောမလဲဆိုရင်ရှမ်းပြည်မှာနေမယ်ဆိုလဲရှမ်းနေနဲ့သူစာတက်ထားမှဘယ်ဝဲဖြစ်ဖြစ်သွားမယ်ဆိုရင်စာတက်ထားပြီဆိုလို့ရှိရင်ပြောလို့ဆိုလို့သွားလို့လာလို့ရဲတယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့ဒီပေါ့ပြောရဲဆိုရဲတယ်ပေါ့ဗမာပြည်မှာဆိုလဲဒီလိုမျိုးပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုမျိုးစာတက်ထားမှပြောရဲဆိုရဲမယ်ဆိုသူ့နာကတော့သူ့ကိုယ်သူလဲလူပြောမယ်ဆိုယုံကြည်စိတ်ချမယ်ပေါ့နော်အဲ့လိုမျိုး
တမီးကိုအဖေဟိုလာမြန်မာပြည်မှာကြောင်းတထားဖို့လေဆရာမအဲ့ဒါအဖေတို့အမေလည်းရန်ဖေးပြီးတော့ထွက်လာတယ်အဲ့ဒါအဖေလည်းစိတ်စီရတယ်ဘာလို့မှမသိဘူးဆရာမအမေလည်းဆရာမပြီးတော့အဖေပြန်လာအမေပြန်လာတယ်ဆရာမနောက်ပြီးတော့လည်းအဲ့ဒီချိန်လေးဆရာမတထေးမအထဲယူမယ်ဆိုတော့အဖေစိတ်ညစ်ရဘာလို့မှမသိဘူးဆရာမပြီးတော့ဒါပေမဲ့အဖေလည်းတမီးရှင်းအောင်ပျော်ဝဲနေတယ်ဆရာမ တမီးနောင်းကကြတော့ဟိုတာစဉ်းစားတယ်ပေါ့ဆိုတော့တမီးတို့ဝမ်တောက်ไว้บนเก้าอี้และไปดู
บางคนก็จะไม่อยากที่จะเรียนต่อเพราะว่าอยากจะช่วยเหลือครอบครัวนะคะอยากจะดูแลน้องอยากจะดูแลบ้านอยากจะช่วยแบ่งเบาภาระของครอบครัวเนี่ยก็หยุดเรียนไปแต่ว่าเมื่อมีโครงการนี้เกิดขึ้นมีเครื่องมือที่เขารู้สึกว่าได้เรียนด้วยแล้วก็ได้เงินด้วยนะคะเด็กก็จะคิดว่ามันเหมือนกับมันเติมเต็มความต้องการของเขานะคะทำให้เขาได้กลับเข้ามาเรียนหนังสืออีกครั้งหนึ่ง
ขนาดผมอยู่มา10 ปีกว่าแล้วเมืองไทยนี่ฟุกไม่เคยได้ดันสื่อแบบเขียนไม่ได้อ่านไม่ได้ใช่ไหมลูกทานได้ขนาดนี้ผมก็สบายใจมากเลยครับ
သူတို့အဖွဲ့အစည်းရတဲ့ကောင်းပြီးတော့စာအုပ်တွေကလည်းအမျိုးများတယ်ပြီးတော့ဖတ်တဲ့ဟာခလက်ကြတော့လည်းသူတို့ဟိုတာအချိန်တွေကလည်းအလားဟာတမ်းမဖြစ်ဘူးပြီးတော့စာအုပ်တွေလည်းဖတ်လို့ရတယ်ပြီးတော့ဘယ်သူပဲဖြစ်ဖတ်ချင်ကြတယ်မှာဟိုတာပညာရေးဟိုတာဘ ഹു တုတရအောင်မကောက်ဟိုတာပတ်စံလည်းရတယ်ဆိုတော့ဖတ်ချင်ကြတယ်မှာပြီးတော့
อนาคตของลูกผมนี่ที่พูดง่ายๆก็ผมก็ไม่อยากให้มึงกับผม อาชีพเย็บผ้าอะไรทำงานหนักๆอย่างนี้เลยอย่าให้นั่งห้องแอร์แหละ
Tahun 2019 itu Indonesia dilanda oleh pandemi COVID-19. Memang di sini sangat mempengaruhi, ya. Nah, terpaksa memang kendalanya oleh Bapak dan Ibu guru secara rutin, ya. Setiap hari Ibu guru ada yang keliling atau memberikan tugas yang kepada siswa yang tidak punya HP.
Kepada orang tua agar orang tua juga bisa ikut menggerakkan anak-anaknya gitu untuk bisa mengikuti pembelajaran. Itu salah satunya. Selain itu juga ada beberapa media atau alat keterampilan bahan ajar. Ya, itu salah satu adalah motivasi kami ya kepada peserta didik. Kita berikan mereka alat-alat pembelajaran yaitu untuk menjahit seperti benang ataupun kain dan lain sebagainya, gunting gitu kan.
PKBM bagi pendidikan anak-anak di Indonesia itu sangat bermanfaat sekali. Seperti layaknya CLC di berbagai negara, di Indonesia itu dengan adanya PKBM maka sangat membantu masyarakat yang membutuhkan. Karena banyak sekali masyarakat di Indonesia terutama seusia dengan pelajar itu yang tidak mendapatkan kesempatan untuk belajar di sekolah formal. Jadi keberadaan PKBM itu sangat berharga dan sangat bermanfaat untuk masyarakat mungkin kelas menengah ke bawah atau bahkan middle to up yang mungkin punya kegiatan sampingan seperti misalnya atlet yang mengejar prestasi di bidang lain. Jadi mereka bisa memanfaatkan PKBM untuk menempuh jalur pendidikan seperti formal.
Ya, alasan pertama mungkin karena mereka yang masuk di kita yang usia sekolah ini sudah merasa jenuh dengan pembelajaran akademik yang di sekolah formal. Ketika masuk ke tempat kita suguhkan dengan keterampilan-keterampilan dan itu membuat mereka senang dan lebih nyaman, lebih aktif juga kegiatannya. Dan ini diharapkan bisa mendorong untuk kegiatan peningkatan akademik juga.
Alhamdulillah, nanti selain mengikuti pelajaran, tapi juga mengikuti yang namanya tata boga dan tabur. Nanti mengikuti ini, alhamdulillah mendapatkan ilmu-ilmu yang bermanfaat banget dan bisa untuk nanti kedepannya. Terus nanti juga alhamdulillah dari mengikuti tata boga yang kemarin nanti diikuti, tata boganya itu yang adalah membuat puding jagung sama kue lumpur surga, dan alhamdulillah nanti bisa membantu ibu juga, ibu kan jualan juga, dan bisa membantu menambahkan menu lagi. Jadi nanti ada keinginan untuk apa sih jualan lagi, kayak menambah menu lagi dan request gitu kayak Mas Ibu ini ada tambahan menu baru lagi, nanti dapat dari game setelah mengikuti tata boga ini.
Mengikuti kegiatan menjahit. Saya mengikuti kegiatan menjahit dengan baru mengukur badan, bagaimana cara mengukurnya badan, terus mengukur bahu. Kedepannya sih saya pengen lebih buat bisa membuka usaha kecil-kecilan di rumah seperti menjahit atau buka butik kalau misalkan ada modal.
Historically, in September 2016, during the Asian Summit in Vientiane, Laos, the Asian Declaration on Strengthening Education for Out-of-School Children and Youth was adopted by the heads of the Asian member states. Following the declaration, UNESCO Bangkok, with the support of POSCO 1% Foundation, have been implementing projects since 2018 to support. This project has been delayed actually, but well revised in order to respond to COVID-19. During pandemic, students and teachers need to adapt the learning process from face-to-face learning to distance learning online. This must be the greatest challenge for both parties. In this program, we provide various approaches to the students and teachers. In the future, I believe that the collaboration in between private sectors, UNESCO, and the government of Indonesia is much more important.
Kami mengucapkan terima kasih kepada UNESCO dan kami berterima kasih kepada POSCO 1% Foundation yang sudah menyisikan penghasilannya untuk mendukung anak-anak kami agar tetap bisa belajar, dan juga terima kasih kepada Ibu Foundation yang telah membantu PKBM kami.
Kami berterima kasih kepada POSCO 1 Foundation yang sudah menyisikan penghasilannya untuk kami, mendukung kami tetap bisa belajar.
Terima kasih Ibu Foundation.
Terima kasih.
Terima kasih UNESCO. Terima kasih POSCO 1% Foundation.
Terima kasih kepada UNESCO POSCO 1% Foundation melalui Yayasan Ibu atas segala bentuk bantuan sehingga kami semakin semangat belajar serta mengembangkan potensi yang kita miliki.
Ibu Foundation menjadi mitra pada program Out of School Children di komponen ketiga yang diselenggarakan oleh UNESCO dan POSCO 1% Foundation. Pada kegiatan komponen ketiga ini memiliki tujuan untuk peningkatan dan pengembangan kualitas pendidikan dari PKBM dan sekolah dampingan, serta untuk pengembangan keterampilan peserta didik, baik itu peserta didik dewasa, peserta didik anak muda yang putus sekolah, remaja yang kurang beruntung, maupun anak seusia sekolah.
Hello from Creative Youth at Indonesian Heritage Sites Program by UNESCO. The program since 2017 mentors the youth living around UNESCO heritage sites and other famous heritage destinations to develop their business skills and heritage sensitivity. Our goal is to nurture sensitive entrepreneurs capable of linking business, heritage protection, and community development. The program has reached out to more than 1,000 youth from 6 provinces of Indonesia. More than half are women. We have also mobilized over 400 students from 8 Indonesian universities to collaborate with our youth entrepreneurs. In 2023, we will have an additional focus on youth with disabilities, with our motto, diverse and inclusive.
Yang menarik dari kegiatan ini adalah kita jadi mengenal dengan budaya yang ada di negara Malaysia, kemudian juga negara Malaysia belajar juga budaya yang ada di Indonesia, dan saya sendiri tertantang ya karena lewat kesamaan kita yang punya semangat untuk mengembangkan produk dengan mengangkat World Heritage yang ada di negara masing-masing, jadi idenya tuh semakin kaya, kemudian semakin menilik ke dalam lagi potensi dari World Heritage yang ada di Indonesia sendiri untuk kita kembangkan bersama-sama.
Saya berasa gembira dengan jayanya event ini. Harapan saya artisan Indonesia dapat ke Malaysia untuk melihat perbezaannya artisan Malaysia dan Indonesia.
Harapan saya agar artisan kedua negara dapat menjana kehidupan yang lebih lestari.
Setelah kita tahu masing-masing karakter dari teman-teman, ide kreatif mereka, dan itu sangat memungkinkan setelah malam ini kita diskusi, ada semacam kolaborasi, kemudian juga kita saling follow-follow, jadi kita bisa lebih komunikasi setelah ini meskipun acara sudah selesai.
Ja, kok kamu sendirian? Yang lain mana? Aku nggak tahu. Tunggu, kok kamu agak pucat gitu? Kamu nggak apa-apa? Kamu sakit?
Enggak kok, Rai. Tadi cuma lupa buat sarapan aja.
Kamu lupa sarapan?
Iya.
Beneran?
Iya.
Astaga, kok bisa gitu sih? Ntar aku dibawain mama bekal, kamu makan aja deh ya.
Maaf ya ngerepotin.
Enggak
Makasih
apa-apa.
ya.
Iya, sama-sama.
Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi semuanya. Selamat pagi. Oke, pada kesempatan kali ini saya di sini akan memberikan materi tentang apa itu surat. Oke? Sebentar ya. Ini ada pesan masuk. Entah dari siapa, saya cek terlebih dahulu siapa tahu penting. Anak-anak, Pak Wawan barusan mendapatkan informasi dari orang tua Renjana, teman kalian, yang saat ini sedang dirawat di Rumah Sakit Setia Abadi. Mari kita sama-sama mendoakan semoga Renjana segera diberikan kesembuhan dan diangkat segala sakitnya.
Amin. Baik Pak. Semoga Renjana lekas sembuh ya Pak.
Amin. Semoga doa kita bersama didengarkan oleh Tuhan Yang Maha Kuasa.
Jadi gimana nih cara kita bantu si Renjana buat cari golongan darah AB? Aku aja kaget loh pas dengar si Renjana ini punya penyakit leukemia.
Iya sih, sama. Aku juga kaget waktu dengar Pak Wawan bilang Renjana masuk rumah sakit. Sampai butuh transfusi darah gitu.
Ya udah, gini. Gimana kalau kita sebarin aja poster digital cari bantuan untuk transfusi darah golongan AB?
Setuju sih, boleh. Kalau cari gitu tuh paling banyak di Instagram kan ya. Ya udah, Rey, kamu nanti buat posternya terus disebarin ya.
Oke. Sip. Semoga aja Renjana bisa beraktivitas kembali ya.
Amin.
Alhamdulillah, akhirnya ada yang mau jadi pendonor. Oke, harus hubungi Pak Wawan nih.
Sekarang kamu ngapain? Gila sih, anak rajin banget. Teman-teman, Renjana nelpon.
Hah?
Halo teman-teman.
Loh, ini beneran kamu?
Iya, maaf ya.
Nggak apa Konja. Justru kamu kenapa ngerasain ini ke kita semua tentang penyakit kamu itu?
Maaf ngerepotin kalian. BTW makasih ya.
Iya, sama-sama. Ya udah sekarang kamu istirahat lagi aja biar semakin membaik terus bisa main lagi sama kita.
Kalian juga ya.
Oke, siap ya. Ya udah, aku tutup ya call-nya. Dadah.
Dadah.
Wah, puji Tuhan Danja, akhirnya kamu masuk sekolah lagi. Kita semua udah kangen loh sama kamu ini.
Apalagi kangen sama kejadian kamu.
Iya, alhamdulillah aku udah sembuh. Makasih atas support dan doanya. Aku bisa sekolah lagi. Iya, sama-sama, Ja.
Udah, Bel. Ayo masuk. Yuk.
ครูอยากเป็นแพทย์ดูแลพ่อแม่ตัวเท่าต้นอายุ10 ปีเรียนอยู่ห้องป .5 ในขึ้นอยากเป็นทหารเพื่อรับใช้ชาติอาชีพของพ่อแม่เฮ็ดนาบางเทื่อคอยก็ได้ลกกะซอยเพิ่นดำหน้าซอยเพิ่นมีอ้ายไว้น้อง5 คนบ่มีโอกาสได้เรียนมีแต่คอยผู้เดียวมีโอกาสได้เรียน
เยี่ยมตัวเคารพธงชาติทรง
ข้าพเจ้าสอนผ่านมาเนาะมีเด็กที่กลุ่มเป้าหมายขาดด้อยโอกาสบ่ได้เข้าโรงเรียน แล้วก็เด็กที่ได้ปละโรงเรียน เพราะว่ามันเป็นกลุ่มบ้านน้อยขึ้นกับบ้านใหญ่โรงเรียนแล้วมันอยู่บ้านใหญ่
เมื่อก่อนเนาะในบ้านบ่เคยมีโรงเรียนตามมันแต่ว่ามีมันก็อยู่ห่างไกลลูกหลานก็ไปบ่ฮอดบ่ถึงทางบ้านก็ปลุกระดมประชาชนพากันสร้างเอาโรงเรียนมาอยู่ใกล้เนาะอยู่ในพื้นที่มันสะดวกให้ลูกให้หลาน
พอเดินกำลังเต็มเนาะ
เรียนมาที่นี่หลายปีแล้ว3 ปีผ่านมาแล้วย้อนมีหมู่ชวนมาจึงได้เรียน
สอนแบบห้องเดียวมันหลายคันเรียนป .1 ป .2 ป .3 แต่ว่าอยู่ในห้องอันเดียวกันข้าพเจ้าสอนผู้หนึ่งแล้วกลับไปสอนป .2 ป .3 จะลำบากแน่เพราะว่าปีนไปปีนมาในห้องเดียวกันฮะ
ครูนี่มันบ่เพียงพอกับความต้องการอยู่แล้วเนาะดังนั้นแล้วเพื่อช่วยให้อันครูในคะแนนการศึกษานี่เพียงพอเนาะจะแม่นกะคัดเลือกเอาบุคคลผู้ที่จบสามัญหรือว่าจบศึกษานอกโรงเรียนเข้าไปเป็นอาสาสมัครภายหลังที่ว่าคัดเลือกเป้าหมายได้แล้วเนาะเพื่อแม่งกะทั้งโครงการเพิ่นก็ได้ให้การช่วยเหลือด้วยวิธีการฝึกอบรมพวกดังกล่าวหันจะได้นำเอาความรู้ความสามารถนั้นลงไปนำพาจัดตั้งปฏิบัติตัวจริงอยู่ขั้นพื้นฐาน และก็สามารถเฮ็ดให้เด็กในเกณฑ์อายุอยู่ในหันนั้นคือแม่นสามารถอ่านได้เขียนเป็นเท่าเทียมกับเด็กนักเรียนสามัญ
ปัจจุบันนี้รัฐบาลสปป.ลาวจะตั้งปฏิบัติโครงการยกสูงคุณภาพการศึกษาให้แก่เขตชนบทห่างไกลซอกลีกเน้น 40 ตัวเมืองที่ด้อยการศึกษากศน.มีบทบาทสำคัญเป็นอ่างโตงใหญ่ที่ฮับเอาพวกที่ตกหล่นที่บ่ได้มีโอกาสเข้าอยู่ในโรงเรียนพวกเขาสืบต่อเฮ็ดเวียกนั้นอย่างเอาจริงเอาจังเพื่อให้ได้เฮ็ดให้ประชาชนลาวทุกคนฮอดปี 2030 สามารถเรียนจบชั้นมัธยมตอนปลาย
ระดมแนวคิดจิตใจของเขาให้เขาเป็นคนผู้ดีการเว้าการจ้าให้เจ้าให้โดยนักเรียนที่บ่มีความฝันเนาะเขาให้คำตอบว่ามีแต่ครูในที่ส่งเสริมเขาว่าให้มีความฝันเนียงทางให้เขาให้มีความรู้ฉลาดขึ้น
เด็กทุกคนจะต้องสร้างความฝันให้เป็นจริงอยากให้ความฝันนั้นเป็นจริงแต่ละคนจะต้องได้มีความอดทนมีความดุมันขยันเพียรมีความตั้งหน้าใส่ในการห้ำเฮียนโดยเฉพาะเป็นเฮียนให้เก่งเสิ่งให้ได้นำใส่ให้เป็นปรับปรุงคุณภาพชีวิตให้ดีขึ้น
มาโรงเรียนแม่นม่วนไปลินกับหมู่
เด็กอยู่ในนี้เรียนจบแล้วแม่นสิได้ไปต่อหมดถ้าว่าซ้ำเกณฑ์อายุอยู่ในเกณฑ์สามัญแม่นได้ไปเข้านำสายสามัญถ้าว่าเกินสายสามัญแม่นได้ไปเข้าอยู่ในกศน.
Aku adalah seorang orang tua tunggal dari 2 anak, dan kedua anakku masih duduk di bangku sekolah. Kini aku harus menghidupi kebutuhan anak-anakku sendiri sebab suamiku telah meninggal 5 tahun yang lalu karena penyakit kanker paru-paru. Untuk memenuhi kebutuhan hidup mereka, setiap hari aku berjualan pakaian di pasar.
Iqbal, Rara, cepetan nak, berangkat, nanti telat. Ya, Bu.
Belajar yang rajin ya, tunduk pada guru, biar cita-cita kalian tercapai dan dunia manfaat ya.
Siap, Bu.
Hati-hati di jalan.
Ya, ini mau berangkat dulu. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Yeay, Ibu pulang.
Kalian sedang belajar ya? Iya,
Iya, Bu.
Iya, bentar lagi ada ujian akhir semester. Aku belum bayar uang SPP ya. Kalau aku minta uang sama ibu pasti bingung bagaimana membayarnya. Sedangkan barang dagangan ibu jarang laku. Kayaknya aku harus ikut bekerja untuk membayar uang SPP ku. Mumpung hari ini libur, mending aku cari kerjaan biar bisa bayar uang SPP ku. Berantakan banget sepeda motornya ya. Kenapa aku nggak kerja jadi tukang parkir di sini aja?
Itu Iqbal bukan ya? Kayaknya bukan deh. Udahlah, aku mau beresin daganganku dulu. Ibu tadi lihat ada seorang anak yang wajahnya mirip sekali sama Iqbal di depan toko dekat pasar. Bener Iqbal kah itu? Tapi kayaknya bukan deh ya.
Iya, Bu, itu benar kakak yang jadi tukang parkir.
Apa benar yang dibilang Rara, Kak?
Iya, Bu.
Kenapa, Kak? Kenapa kamu harus kerja? Ibu kan masih mampu membiayai sekolah kalian.
Jadi gini, Bu. Bentar lagi kan ada ujian akhir semester. Saya belum bayar uang SPP. Kalau belum bayar, nanti nggak bisa ikut ujian. Kemarin aku mau tanya ibu untuk bayar uang SPP.
Terus?
Tapi aku takut kalau ibu nanti bingung gimana cara bayarnya. Jadi mending aku cari kerja aja. Gak apa-apa kok, Bu. Gak ganggu sekolahku.
Ya Allah, alhamdulillah. Ibu bangga sekali punya anak yang bisa mengerti keadaan dan kesusahan orang tua. Ibu sayang sekali sama kalian.
Festival Kreatif Inklusif ini adalah sarana untuk anak-anak atau penyandang disabilitas ini untuk melakukan eksplor kemampuan masing-masing.
amazed how the city has improved since then. It's 6 times clean and so dynamic. Congratulations, Ibu Ita. You've done such a great work and I really
yang akan memberikan contoh ke seluruh Indonesia bagaimana membangun kota tua dan juga menjadi kota yang inklusif.
2, 1.
Kami pemerintah Kota Semarang ini juga memperhatikan teman-teman penyandang disabilitas sehingga saat ini apa yang menjadi kebutuhan dari mereka kita bisa support dan moga-moga nanti ke depannya kegiatan-kegiatan ini tidak hanya 1 tahun sekali tapi bisa di event-event tertentu untuk mereka juga bisa
Depois da independência, Timor-Leste assumiu obstáculo para o desenvolvimento, liliu e a área educação. Quantidade de professor, qualidade de professor, no qualidade de formação, para professor, menos tebes. Ele nem maksai hanesa o problema qualidade de educação e a Timor. Baseia plano estratégico tinan rua sanura sem ida, to tinan rua tol nulu, governo for prioridade liu atau ONSA aumenta substancialmente ensino aprendizagem, liu husi hadia diglutang formação para professor, desenvolve no implementa currículo nebe moderno no relevante, fornece materiais ensino no aprendizagem, ho qualidade ba aluno no professor sirahoto. Ministério Educação, mak Ministério nebe tutela ba educação no ciência. Nune ihetinan rihurua sanu resinhat, Ministério Educação fofiar ba Comissão Nacional ba UNESCO atu implementa programa SIRA relaciona com ciência no educação. Comissão Nacional Timor-Leste ba UNESCO mudar órgão indireto ida o Ministério Educação nebe ne competência no funcionamento regula e a decreto-lei número 2 para rehurua sanulu resinha. Comissão Nacional Timor-Leste ba UNESCO e a subdivisão idanara Centro Estudo Ciência no Matemática. Nebe simuknar atu halo serviço revisão ba conteúdo curricular ciência física naturais no matemática. Serviço idane ho expectação atu produz resultado hat makanesang cria matadalang no manual prática pa professor Sira cria livro exercício no cria manual fato. Serviço revisão currículo yang termina ona ihetinan riho 2 sanulu resen 5 no hahu husineba Centro Estudo Ciência no Matemática continua quedas for formação para professor Rodi divulga informação kunaba oisa professor Sira usa manual no matadalang ho pedagogia prática no inquérito. Manual prática ho matadalang hirakne nuda referência importante para professor Sira atau usa. Mais bem, conteúdo prática Sira se cair meeting para livro texto nebe mak vigora ona desde tinan rehorua sanulu.
Antes atu halo distribuição ba manual prática no mata dalam professor niang ba escola hotu iha território Timor Larantoma, Ministério Educação liu hosi Ministro Educação Rasik, Senhor Antônio da Conceição, hamutu ko doador sira nomos UNESCO Jakarta, halo ona lançamento ba livro hirak nee iha fulang janeiro tinang 2016. Foi em halo tiha lançamento durante basic tinang ida hobalo, maka sesim realiza formação para professor Sirahotu, husi território Timor-Leste Toma. Ho total professor nebe tuiro na formação Sira, hamutu atu sualu 5 nulo. Professor Sirane mai husi professor matéria ka disciplina ciência físico-naturais não matemática, terceiro ciclo ensino básico niang. Formação Sirane faheba sessão tuir tópico nebe hatur iha livro texto. Além de formação para professor, facilitador Sira husi sesimos continua fo apoio basic para professor Sira. Lihusi siranya atividade monitorização no visita à escola Sira. Atividade dane sai no dar meios dan bedia tebes atu enriquece professor sirania conhecimento oinsa usa matadalang no manual prática nomos oinsa karna fatim ba conteúdo nebemaka hatur ona iha livro texto ser nebemak vigora iha tinang 2010. No momento Sira hanesa nemos acontece processo aprendizagem ida dia entre facilitador Sira Sesim, mestre no aluno Sira, banhira Sira halo prática hamutuk iha sala larang.
UNESCO in Timor-Leste is working on a very important project. This particular project is about third cycle maths and science education. This project is for 3 years, it is for $2 million, and it is being implemented in partnership with the National Commission of UNESCO in Timor-Leste, and it's generously funded by the KOCA, the Korean Cooperation Program. This particular project, what we call the maths and science education for third cycle, which is the junior high school, is trying to achieve many things together with the Timorese people. Number one, we need one child, one book initiative in which we provide the maths and science education books, but very importantly, we reform the education curricula to bring it into line with the best practices in the world, inquiry-based education, also making sure what we are learning from the local environment where Timorese have excellent arts and crafts linked with education, especially mathematics education. How can we bring it together? And then how do we make sure that there are resource materials for the teachers and also making sure there is right infrastructure. So we have a special initiative also rehabilitating the science and mathematics laboratories, and one we put it all together. Hopefully by year 2017 we have a program which is well adopted by the ministry. The teachers are well trained, they are well resourced, and the children feel pride in becoming part of the maths and science stream in this country. Why it is so important? Because Timor-Leste wants to be one of the middle to high level income country, which is only possible if we can train the next generation into mathematics and into sciences. So that's where the importance of this project is much bigger than its immediate scope, which is $2 million over a period of 3 years, finishing in 2017, but its impacts would be to change a generation.
Centro Estudo Ciência na Matemática e Tahabada SESIM, serviço ao Ministério da Educação durante tinang hitunilaran. Sira contribui bote pebes para desenvolvimento disciplina ciências na matemática. Saída mais importante de tebes o serviço SESIM nian nebe session foi em fazer bote tebes ba ia hands-on, ka prática, nebe mak prática ba estudante sira atu aprende, não compreende, diaclitan conceito ciências no matemática. Prática nebe masira halo, lá depende ba laboratório, ka equipamento nebe mais sofisticado, mas be sira desenvolve materiais didáticos nebe mak simples, não facilita tu retan e tem amores lorloron, ka tem ambiente lorloron, e mais bem estudante sira bel usa materiais simples serne e atividade prática ciências no matemática atu sira bel compreende, não aprende dia clitan matéria ruane. E acessem nesse serviço o engenharia prática ba ciências no matemática sira encoraja professor sira e não mos atala professor sira compreende kata atu aprende conceitos ciências no matemática lá precisa usar equipamento sofisticado sira det ou que precisa é laboratório det. Sira encoraja professor sira atu usa materiais simples, não fácil e não nemos pel halo sala bye det. Lá precisa halo laboratório, mas bem na fatin estudante sira compreende na fatin com o conceito ciências no matemática. E da nema parte única e tabel hare kata organização ne promove duni usa materiais didáticos nebe mak simples e a momento nebe que itala laboratório ou que itala equipamento ser sofisticado. Mas bem é mabel compreende conceito básico matemática ou ciências.
Ao recarpir formação idane, o motivo recarpir formação idane, tambah formação idane bele capacita a minha atunune saída makami hetang liu hosi ciência liu hosi prática no teoria atu buat nebe makanesang dalam rumah ami ladung conhece liu ihaba livro larang ami bele liu hosi bele liu ona hosi prática idane bele ami bele acompanha nune bele hakliang bele fofila faliba ami alunus sira sang ulu hanesang kona ba prática hanesang teoria nebe makami hetang liu hosi livro ami dalam rumah ladung aparho prática saída mak atu aplicava alunus sira mai be liu na ho formação ida nebe makami hetang ami bele aprende matéria nebe mak i relação ho prática serne nunemos prática serne be makami hetang tuan idane am se hatutang na fatin pamne alunus sira
durante ne ami mai hanene tamba benefício ne liu si prática da rumah hene ba teoria det amos belba foi hene ba ne teoria da rumah labarik lakuin ese buat ne ite hasa inventa tung sare labarik imagina det mos da rumah laheta então mai hene ami halo prática por exemplo liu ba horsek hene ba ami prática halo be adição sa número que será lá botina mas bem número to milhares será né ami hare horsek diagliu adição imos ia subtração dalam rumah ia subtração né ita halo teoria det ni resultado ne bela sala ita hetante ne resultado mas ita baku ba calculadora resultado lah hang malu ho buat nebe que ita mas liu si prática hansa horsek tau ai kesa kia copo tau alocatur ninia milhares centenas dezenas unidades depois a menos fali ni resultado ne ami hetang e por exemplo ida tang halo subtração ba número bot ia calculadora ita halo be teoria det resultado ne la hetang ida ida ne los mas liu si prática hansa horsek tau ai kesa politus ia copo depois hasai det aumenta det o insato bela empresta maneira idane ami halo koko duni liu experiência sirane sane ni resultado ne sai lolos ita buka calculador mos resultado hanesan antau idane mak buat ne veloz liu experiência sirane sane idane am kata am sin kata ne beneficia dun ba ami posor lai te ba konta det mos bele sala tambai itu konta ne bana ne mos wane sane mai itu baku ya kalkuladora lah hetang lio si be prati kira hose hose resultado hane sama mos kalkuladora idane mak am sin kata ne bali dun ba ami posor.
Kona ba mata dalang ho manual aluno ne bema kami simu livro ruane agora hanesang livro ida bele ajuda ami tamba ami hari liu hia livro referência ida antes mata dalang ho ida ne ami hasa iha konsultação na bane dalam rumah hanesang liu hosi português tu dalam rumah iha ba asli fuang ne bema aslos mai be liu hosi mata dalang ida ne professores so alunos ni ne bele fo hanesang apoio ida fo fasil ba ami nune ami hanore ngalunus mas am senti idane hanesang bele halo hansa kamang itu amba ami entre livro manual hobe mata dalang ne ihena bamu sakere ko liang tetu idane hanesang halo fasil ba ami atule ami atu aprende para nune bele aplika balunus tira
livro ruane organizado tebe tamba mata dalane hanesang mas orari ide nebe maka atu lautir karete mata dalang ne badian tama henebe agora ite primeira semana ka segunda semana também ribar nessa horário ide mata dalang nessa horário ide nebe ite bele lautir agora manual ne hanesa
Tujuan dari pelatihan ini sebenarnya kita ingin mendiskusikan terkait dengan konteks hak asasi manusia khususnya terkait dengan keselamatan jurnalis.
Tapi dia datang sampai 2 kali. Nah akhirnya oleh Pak Ayu.
Today, this session is going to be discussing engagement with social media companies, engagement with the platforms. We don't have a lot of time, and even if we had 2-3 hours, this is really a particular skill set that's not like so many, I think, of the tools in our toolkit, it's not something that's static. In as much as the policies change, in as much as directives and problems are changing.
Ini lebih cocok dengan tujuan untuk menjaga.
Hi, my name is Elena Murang. I'm an artist and musician from Borneo, and I play a traditional instrument called the sape. It was traditionally played by men, and it very much skipped my father's generation. So I was one of the few from my generation to start playing it again. The sape and the music that I play, it's today. I'm a young girl. I'm expressing it today through this instrument, and for me, it's very much contemporary. The songs that I play are different from what they were 20 years ago. Even the sape itself is different from what it was 20 years ago. I learned the sape when I was 12 years old from Uncle Matthew. Uncle Matthew is from the village that's downriver from my village. And when he taught me, it was very much still an oral tradition. So there were no notes, and he would just kind of, he'd play and then he'd say, follow what I'm playing. And I'd just look at him and I'd have to follow him. And then along with that comes, the stories of when he was a boy and how he learned the sape. Today when I teach, because he's my sape master and I'm very close to him, I try to do the same thing. I like it when, there's that teacher-student connection. Why I can do what I do full-time, which is, playing this, is because people want to listen. People are searching for their own identity through the stories that are told. So that's what really keeps me going. I get messages on my social media about how people feel about it. And yeah, I think it's very powerful.
When the disaster hits, culture and traditions are also affected as much as the houses and roads. However, in our traditional disaster recovery process, very little attention actually is given to culture and tradition, although this is something which is as much affected as anything else. So UNESCO decided to come to Lombok after its earthquake last year to see how we can assist in the recovery of the traditional weaving in Pringasila and also in Bayang. We have seen across the world how after the disaster, some of the traditional knowledge are being lost because people are so busy in their day-to-day survival. So by the time they realize some of the very old finest technique is gone, and the old specimens, the best examples of the traditional handicraft are also sold outside the country because people need the cash. So there has been a lot of mistakes, and we learned from the mistake that after the earthquake, culture should be also taken care of immediately. And this is why we are here since the beginning of this year.
Setelah gempa, pewarna alam tenun kita ini sempat terhenti. Tapi karena kami dapat support dari UNESCO untuk mendorong kami maju, membantu kami untuk mendirikan lagi dan membantu kami dari segi material dan bangunan, kami merasa bersyukur dan mensupport kami untuk kedepannya bisa juga merekrut teman-teman yang sempat kehilangan kerjaan.
Kami atas nama pemerintah kecamatan menyampaikan ucapan terima kasih atas empatinya, atas perhatiannya kepada kami, yang boleh kami katakan bahwa kehadiran daripada UNESCO di tempat kami ini adalah sebagai trauma healing setelah mengalami musibah yang cukup besar di daerah kami, khusus di Kecamatan Bayan.
Manfaat bantuan UNESCO yang sangat kami rasakan yaitu mesin jahit. Dengan mesin jahit kami bisa swadaya, bisa memproduksi produk turunan dengan mesin jahit itu sendiri. Bantuan UNESCO yang kedua, dapur warna. Dengan adanya dapur warna, kami sekarang sudah bisa mewarnai bersama-sama dengan pengurus dan anggota. Kami juga mendapatkan bantuan baruga, di mana bantuan baruga itu kami jadikan sebagai lokasi untuk kami mengadakan diskusi pertemuan bersama anggota dan pengurus.
This recovery of the traditional weaving project in Lombok, UNESCO joined hand with Red Art Indonesia, our partner, who has a long-term expertise in the community mobilization and rehabilitation after the disaster. Two activities we are initiating. One is the product development and the marketing. And another important component is the digital documentation of the traditional motifs. We realize that women here are very knowledgeable. They know about motifs, how to make it, but their knowledge only stays in their brain. It's not been written down. So we felt that it has to be somehow documented so that if these ladies will be no more one day, this knowledge will be also staying within the community. And for that digital documentation part, we are going to collaborate with Indian NGO, Digital Empowerment Foundation, who have also long-term experience in training the rural communities in using the IT skills. So we are trying to send a couple of people from Pringasila and Bayang to go and see how the weavers in India have actually learned this digital technology to document their traditional motifs, but also make a new design. And through this new collaboration, we hope that the Lombok weaving will be even better than before the earthquake.
Oke, jadi apa yang sudah digagas UNESCO di Lombok Utara ini sangat penting dan harus untuk ditindaklanjuti oleh pemerintah daerah, terutama kami di Bapeda yang merancang semua itu. Bagaimana ke depan ya, apa yang telah dilakukan UNESCO saat ini harus betul-betul kami tindaklanjuti. Tahapan-tahapannya kami juga sudah pelajari dan tetap UNESCO turun didampingi Bapeda, jadi kami tahu langkah-langkahnya itu seperti apa. Itu yang harus kita ikuti dan tentu anggaran pemerintah daerah yang kita gunakan untuk itu.
Cave of the Black Dragon, Gunung Mulu National Park. The Gunung Mulu National Park lies just below the equator in Borneo, in Malaysia. The park covers 530 square kilometers of tropical rainforest. The jungle teems with plant and animal species. This lanternfly's mottled coloring protects it from predators. The birdwing butterfly is a symbol of Malaysia. The creatures have adapted to this environment. This tree appears hollow. A parasitic fig entwined itself around another tree. The tree died, and this is the result. Vast limestone caves extend beneath the forest. It is one of the largest and longest set of caves in the world. Heavy tropical rains carved them out of the stone. The caves are home to a creature that supports a whole ecosystem in Gunung Mulu. The fawn roundleaf bat is Borneo's most common bat species. A species of centipede also lives here. When in danger, it leaves a fluorescent liquid and scuttles away. It rains continually in Borneo's rainforests. Once the rain ceases, the bats inside the cave awake and fly out together. There are more than 3 million of them. They are called the Black Dragon, a term of awe and respect. The bats fly around preying on insects. The dance can last more than 30 minutes. Their natural enemy is the hawk. The shape of the black dragon disperses. As a defense, the bats form a circle to scare the hawk away. Gunung Mulu, with its enormous caves below and a vast tropical rainforest above, hums with life and mystery.
I think one of the defining character between science and the policymakers is trying to get the message through in a clear, simple, understandable way. So it's really about communication of scientific messages, scientific facts to the politician or the policymaker. And that is the challenge. Well, I chair the subsidiary body on science, technology, and technological advice of the Convention on Biological Diversity. This body is supposed to be the science advice for the Conference of Parties of the CBD. But the problem is, more often than not, this subsidiary body gravitate into a mini Conference of Parties. So the link or the differentiation between science and policy more often than not tend to be conflicted, tend to be a bit confused. So that is the reason why through the years we have come to the conclusion that we need a body, a scientific body that can link with the policymakers. And a very good example is the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, IPCC. Well, the establishment of the UN Secretary General's Scientific Advisory Board, for me, coming from the scientific community, is something that we welcome very much. For a long time, the scientists almost feel left out from the discussion, from the debates on science governance, on issues like biodiversity, in a sense, climate change, and other areas. For a long time, it is the domain of negotiators and diplomats deliberating on this issue. So the formation of the Scientific Advisory Board of the Secretary General is really a response to this call, to this plea from the scientific community to be heard. So this is a golden chance for the scientific community now to link their needs, their aspiration, and to articulate that through the Secretary General and how scientific knowledge can strengthen best policies and programs in the pursuit of sustainable development for our global community.
The Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program, or MUCP, was developed to support the South-South cooperation. Emphasis was made to establish joint cooperation with member states of UNESCO, with commitment to support UNESCO's agenda global priorities, Africa and gender equality. This program also aims to support medium-term strategy C4, an approved program and budget C5, and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or UNFCCC, as well as the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030.
Malaysia, as an active member of UNESCO since its inception in 1958, has always emphasized on inclusiveness and equitability in addressing issues of common interest under the broad UNESCO mandate. MUCP emphasizes on the philosophy of mutual learning. It aims to provide platforms for countries to cooperate and learn from each other in order to overcome challenges in the area of UNESCO's competence and contribute towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Developing countries cannot overcome the challenges of the world on our own, but together we can do anything. A decade has passed since the MUCP inception in 2009. Throughout the period, the government of Malaysia has supported the implementation of 29 projects and contributed to the enhancements of South-South cooperation, covering vast geographical areas throughout the Global South. We believe the outcome of the MUCP project will inspire countries to becoming more convinced of the need for closer cooperation, particularly as means of achieving sustainable economic and social advancement.
Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program is a unique initiative with the Government of Malaysia and UNESCO. Why it is unique? It emphasizes on South-South cooperation in all areas of mandate of UNESCO, in education, in natural and social sciences, in culture, communication and information. And interestingly, we have managed to also bring the emphasis on transboundary issues such as haze, which is affecting many countries including Malaysia. Our UNESCO centers such as ISTIC, the Center for South-South Cooperation, helped us look into how can we build a relationship for better science policy in the areas such as the education for the women, the best practices in science policy, and also our center, Human Tropic Center in Malaysia, helped us build the education curricula which is being replicated already in Africa. So this is a story which will hopefully inspire many other nations for similar initiatives for making this world better, leaving no one behind.
Based on Quadruple Helix Innovation System, the MUCP project works through cooperation between scholars, policymakers, business personnel, and community leaders. MUCP projects also promote bottom-up approaches to ensure the participatory process in developing frameworks and methodologies. Cumulatively, the MUCP framework has gathered experts from 86 countries through each of the project's networking. These experts have pooled their knowledge and helped build an intricate and global professional networking. This would serve as the foundation to disseminate, customize, and replicate the findings and output of the MUCP projects to any part of the world. The Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program, or MUCP, was developed to support the South-South cooperation. Emphasis was made to establish joint cooperation with member states of UNESCO, with commitment to support UNESCO's agenda global priorities, Africa, and gender equality. This program also aims to support medium-term strategy C4, an approved program and budget C5, and the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, or UNFCCC, as well as the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction 2015-2030.
Malaysia, as an active member of UNESCO since its inception in 1958, has always emphasized on inclusiveness and equitability in addressing issues of common interest under the broad UNESCO mandate. MUCP emphasizes on the philosophy of mutual learning. It aims to provide platforms for countries to cooperate and learn from each other in order to overcome challenges in the area of UNESCO's competence and contribute towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Developing countries cannot overcome the challenges of the world on our own, but together we can do anything. A decade has passed since the MUCP inception in 2009. Throughout the period, the government of Malaysia has supported the implementation of 29 projects and contributed to the enhancements of South-South cooperation, covering vast geographical areas throughout the Global South. We believe the outcome of the MUCP project will inspire countries to becoming more convinced of the need for closer cooperation, particularly as means of achieving sustainable economic and social advancement.
Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program is a unique initiative with the Government of Malaysia and UNESCO. Why it is unique? It emphasizes on South-South cooperation in all areas of mandate of UNESCO, in education, in natural and social sciences, in culture, communication and information. And interestingly, we have managed to also bring the emphasis on transboundary issues such as haze, which is affecting many countries including Malaysia. Our UNESCO centers such as ISTIC, the Center for South-South Cooperation, helped us look into how can we build a relationship for better science policy in the areas such as the education for the women, the best practices in science policy, and also our center, Human Tropic Center in Malaysia, helped us build the education curricula which is being replicated already in Africa. So this is a story which will hopefully inspire many other nations for similar initiatives for making this world better, leaving no one behind.
Based on Quadruple Helix Innovation System, the MUCP project works through cooperation between scholars, policymakers, business personnel, and community leaders. MUCP projects also promote bottom-up approaches to ensure the participatory process in developing frameworks and methodologies. Cumulatively, the MUCP framework has gathered experts from 86 countries through each of the project's networking. These experts have pooled their knowledge and helped build an intricate and global professional networking. This would serve as the foundation to disseminate, customize, and replicate the findings and output of the MUCP projects to any part of the world.
Multi-ethnic society. Malacca and Georgetown, historic cities of the Straits of Malacca. The town of Malacca in Malaysia is on the coast along the straits and for 600 years was a major trading center in Asia. The town became the capital of the Kingdom of Malacca in around 1400. It was subsequently ruled by the Portuguese, Dutch, and British. At one point in its history, 84 different languages were spoken here, reflecting the variety of people and cultures which gave rise to a most unique townscape. This mosque is one example. It was built by people whose ancestors had come from India, and its minaret was built in a Chinese fashion. European-style chandeliers and tiles were used as decoration inside the mosque.
Of the racial harmony here, there is practice, the respect for each other, the Indian temple, the Malay mosque, and then after that you have the Chinese temple, right? And they all are together, no problem.
This is the oldest Chinese temple in Malaysia, Cheng Hun Tung, built near the mosque. More than 30% of the Malaccan population are of Chinese descent. Tan Chen Lok Street is filled with houses built by wealthy Peranakan Chinese who developed their own particular culture here. However, their traditions and customs are in decline. One of their luxurious residences is preserved as Baba Nyonya Museum. The floor of its reception room is made from English tiles. However, the pieces of furniture with golden openwork and mother-of-pearl design were made in China. These ceramics were commissioned from Jingdezhen. People from different ethnic and religious backgrounds have over the years developed a rich and vibrant community culture.
Nowadays, the world are grappling with the issue of climate change, environmental degradation, transboundary pollution. This is where nowadays we are encouraging all human beings, all communities to come together to find sustainable development solutions, bringing impacts to the society and communities.
UNESCO is looking into areas which have best practices which can be used as demonstration for other countries so that we can have better social, economic and environmental outcome. Why Langkawi? Langkawi is an international geopark. It has best practices on ecotourism. The university, especially UKM, has been working with the local communities and has brought together all the NGOs and the people together. So we have a very good learning alliance here.
Along this river, they have a dumping area, low dumping area, and still operated until today. And you can see a lot of bottles and plastics around that area. That is a dumping area. So that's one of the issues that we're still working on, because these issues are not done after geopark, but long before that. This is a place for that anchovies industries, beside one near to Bukit Balot, I remember. With this industry, they also come up problems with water. As I mentioned earlier, they have a few problems, which is polluted the river here.
When you have a study, you should recommend some kind of way of control.
And if that kind of thing happen in such a fragile environment where water pollution is an issue, you have mangroves just there. So, I mean, what kind of feasibility? I understand that this is the livelihood of people, but at other places the industry doesn't have a good record, honestly.
All the area need very detailed studies to understand all the issue.
Maybe education play a role also is how to have the environmental ethics.
So we must know how to balance between the needs of those people who have their own economic and social needs, as well as the environmental needs.
So this is about the time to study about water issues in Langkawi.
Water is the most important element for our human being.
Water resources in Langkawi need to be managed at the catchment level. To design the sustainability science framework, UNESCO invite international speakers with different background, identify carefully and work together with Lestari to build the program.
The workshop on sustainability science framework for action, focusing on water and environmental sustainability.
All those papers were carefully selected to cover the different aspects of sustainability science in the way that UNESCO understands it.
By these experts coming over here, we can do the process of comparing and exchanging notes.
Then we can gather all our wisdoms, knowledge from all over the world.
So the input from all these stakeholders and all these experts will be combined to develop the visioning plan.
So for that framework, we have three areas. The first one is how can we look into the future for 2030. And secondly, for the framework is how can we apply a five-way feasibility on stocks and flows of natural resources, environmental economics, then looking into social, cultural, institutional policy aspects, then the business practices and monitoring and evaluation. And then the third part is linking effectively with the communities.
I see Friends of Langkawi Global Geopark as a very important CBO because, as we know, sustainable development cannot happen without participation of the community.
Part of the workshop also, we bring participants to Langkawi Research Center where we give information in detail to the participant about current issues in Langkawi.
We had speakers talking about the mangrove, talking about the geo formation of Langkawi itself. These are the hard sciences. And we also have speakers talking about the social sciences, the community aspect of Langkawi. So the integration of both of these sciences, the sustainability science, hard science and social science, is what we're looking for in talking about sustainable science.
I'm very happy this workshop has successfully done.
It demonstrates what we have been doing in lab study over the years.
What has been researched on, what has been in the academic domain is now being translated on the ground.
So we leave the leadership to Lestari to summarize the result.
And we can lead the world, global water society, I think.
We will have a very clear pathway. Where should we go?
Bringing sustainability science into good decision making, good policy making, for better quality of life, for the sustainability of Asia and the Pacific, particularly with a tagline to make it more prosperous, more harmonious, and greener, inshallah. Terima kasih. Thank you so much.
Kondisi Kampung Singarawa kurang lebih 5 tahun yang lalu memang pernah terjadi kebakaran yang sangat mengkhawatirkan. Di sepanjang jalan itu sudah macam sulit untuk dilewati karena akibat kebakaran dan asap yang sangat tebal, susah untuk dilewati terutama sekali anak-anak yang ke sekolah.
Sebenarnya kalau rawan kebakaran Rumah Kerja ini sangat rawan sekali karena dikelilingi oleh gambut-gambut yang sangat dalam. Tapi alhamdulillah dengan teman-teman MPA sendiri ataupun masyarakat sendiri untuk kebakarannya tidak ada di Kampung Rumah Kerja ini.
Kami datang ke Sungai Rawa ini untuk memberikan sosialisasi kepada anak-anak di 2 sekolah mengenai pengetahuan tentang kabut asap dan tentunya cara-cara beradaptasi ketika ada terjadi kebakaran hutan.
Kesulitan pemadaman di lahan gambut yang pertama adalah kedalaman gambut itu sendiri, karena kebakaran yang terjadi tidak hanya kebakaran permukaan tapi juga kebakaran di dalam lahan gambut. Kemudian juga kesulitan di dalam akses untuk mencapai lahan gambut itu juga banyak yang sulit. Yang ketiga adalah kesulitan dalam sumber air.
Memang ada beberapa hal yang harus kita lakukan. Ini berkaca dari pengalaman kami kejadian kebakaran hutan dan lahan gambut yang terjadi tahun 2015 kemarin, tepatnya di Kalimantan Tengah. Kita melihat bahwa dari sisi pendidikan lingkungan itu terutama itu sangat penting.
Karena kita tahu bahwa saat ini pengetahuan dan edukasi tentang apa itu gambut, bagaimana karakteristiknya, apa dampaknya kebakaran dan sebagainya itu masih belum bisa merata ke seluruh lapisan masyarakat.
Political will itu lebih kepada kepedulian pemerintah daerah setempat, karena sudah banyak juga yang berupaya untuk melakukan upaya perbaikan, ya, tetapi sayang tidak mendapat apresiasi sehingga upaya yang telah dilakukan itu banyak yang akan terganggu.
Beberapa program adalah melakukan pemberdayaan ekonomi mereka, yaitu berbasis pada sumber-sumber lokal. Jadi artinya ekonomi tanpa berbasis lahan. Bagaimana kita memberi alternatif sumber-sumber ekonomi pada masyarakat lokal tanpa berbasis lahan, yaitu pengayaan pengetahuan, bagaimana sebenarnya dengan cara mereka menjaga hutan, merawat gambut selalu basah, mereka bisa mendapatkan manfaat dari sana.
Contoh kerjasama yang paling menonjol desa kami dengan pihak universitas dan UNESCO adalah kegiatan pembelajaran kepada anak SD melalui kegiatan bercerita tentang kebakaran hutan dan lahan. Yang kedua adalah kegiatan dialog dengan petani, pihak tokoh masyarakat dan juga tokoh adat, dan diharapkan nanti kegiatan itu masyarakat tidak lagi membuka lahan dengan cara membakar.
Kegiatan yang paling penting dari UGM yaitu pembuatan bermacam-macam tanaman dalam satu peta dengan pembuatan pupuk trichoderma. Kalau dari Yogyakarta itu pupuk itu berhasil sekali.
Salah satu contoh memberi petunjuk tentang bahaya kabut asap pada usia dini melalui pola permainan monopoli, sehingga ke depan kebakaran hutan atau asap tidak akan terjadi lagi di desa atau di kampung-kampung.
All the member states of UNESCO came together to adopt the Universal Declaration on Bioethics and Human Rights. This declaration contains articles that are related to health and healthy environment. The haze pollution that is affecting millions of lives and is degrading the biodiversity and the natural environment in Southeast Asia is a direct violation of these bioethical principles. When we're looking at this haze phenomena, it is crucial to understand the local, traditional and indigenous perspectives. This was one of the fundamental considerations when UNESCO put together the project to try to tackle the issue of haze together, from the very understanding and defining of the problem of haze to then generating the solutions for the sustainable resolution of this problem.
UNESCO has a unique mandate both in natural sciences as well as in social sciences. In the area of natural sciences, what are the reasons and causes from a scientific point of view of this problem of haze, from peatlands to the conversion of lands to the phenomena of climate change, but also very importantly in the areas of social sciences, UNESCO sets the standards in terms of the bioethical norms and principles. So bringing these two strands together, we have formulated a project which brings the sustainability science as well as the bioethics so that we can tackle these complex multi-dimensional issues across boundaries.
From our tiny blue-green planet, we are able to see farther into our galaxy than ever before. In January 2020, NASA announced the discovery of another Earth-sized planet that might be able to host life at 100 light-years away. We are just beginning to explore the unknown. Yet what we do know is that our own home is under threat. And we have a responsibility to protect. Earth has never been so vulnerable to harm caused by humanity. From pandemics and climate change to ongoing conflicts and nuclear proliferation. The priority must be to prevent these disasters, which we know affect vulnerable communities first and most severely. The Together for Peace initiative recognizes that sustainable development and a culture of peace are inseparable. Education is one path linking human rights and gender equality, global citizenship and cultural diversity. These are the foundations of positive peace. Not just absence of conflict, but also the presence of justice. UNESCO's work towards positive peace in the Asia-Pacific spans every sector, from education for sustainable development and shared histories promoting dialogue, through common heritage and values, to promoting the science to address climate change, and efforts to curb rising levels of pollution. Together for Peace creates a platform including countries, civil society, and members of the public to strengthen our ability to build a durable, positive peace in the region.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and Salam Malaysia Madani. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the MUCP Achievement Event 2023. It's our pleasure to extend a warm welcome to all of you. In a short while, we will start our opening ceremony. Please have your seat according to the designated area. Before the event begins, here are some housekeeping announcements. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your phone in silent mode for a smooth event. When announced, please stand to welcome the arrival of our honorable guests, and please remain standing for the national anthem. Please make yourself comfortable, minimize your movement, and stay focused throughout the event. Your cooperation is highly appreciated. Thank you. Announcing the arrival of Mr. Muhammad Daud Muhammad Arif, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, representing Her Excellency the Education Minister of Malaysia, President of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the national anthem, Negaraku.
Saruna
gentlemen, kindly take your seats. Thank you. That was the opening gambit of Malaysian gesture to welcome all guests to this wonderful event. Thank you to the dancers from SMK Convent Bukit Nanas. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Salam Malaysia Madani. Mr. Muhammad Daud Muhammad Arif, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, representing Her Excellency the Education Minister of Malaysia, President of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Ms. Karima Al-Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator in Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam. Dr. Mi Yong Choi, Officer in Charge, UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Regional Office for Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, the Philippines and Timor-Leste. Mr. Ahmadu Mukhtar Muhammad Hayani, Executive Secretary of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, Your Excellencies, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. The Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program, MUCP, launched in 2013, aimed to promote and support various educational, scientific and cultural activities across least developed countries and small island developing states in Asia, the Pacific and Africa, with the overall goal of fostering sustainable development, preserving cultural heritage and advancing knowledge and innovation. This commemorative event today is to honor a decade of the cooperation between UNESCO and the Government of Malaysia and its affiliation with regional partners including UNESCO Category 1 and 2 centers, UNESCO and the Malaysian National Commission with UNESCO, showcasing the consolidated impact of the partnership between UNESCO and Malaysia over a decade of implementation of the MUCP. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the MUCP Achievement Event 2023 with the theme Progressing Together, MUCP Contributions to a Sustainable Future. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue any further, let us recite some prayers to ask for goodness in all affairs. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Hanis Khalid from IPG KBM to lead the Dua recital.
Al-Fatiha. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali ashabi ajma'in. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent, the merciful, praise be to Allah, Lord of the worlds. Let your blessing and your peace be on your servant and your messenger Muhammad and on his family and his companions. Allahumma ya Allah, on this glorious day, in conjunction with the opening ceremony of MUCP Achievement Event, we uphold our hands to pray gratefully to thank you on your infinite favor to us until we can live in peace and harmony to perform our tasks as your servants. O Allah, we seek your blessing to make this 3-day program a success and flawless progress of this event from the beginning until the end. Allahumma ya hayyu ya qayyum ya dhal jalali wal ikram. O Allah, we stand today in celebrating success and making history for all the great things that we have achieved in this 10-year program. On this day, we rejoice in the favor you have graciously given us. We thank you that your gracious and provident hand that has given so much opportunity for a better Silatul Rahim among people, nations, and countries. We thank you for granting us the abundance of ideas, valuable knowledge, and inspirations to bring greater good to the people in order to gain your maradatillah. Ya Munzil al-Barakat, O Allah, we seek for security, prosperity, and peace for our leaders and our country. Please bestow patience in us to be resilient in facing changes and challenges, and may with this perseverance will make us a better person, a better nation, and a better country. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم والحمد لله رب العالمين.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Hanis Khalid, for leading the Dua recital. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make good all our affairs with His love and blessings. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to start our event, let's hear the welcoming address by the Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, representing Her Excellency the Education Minister of Malaysia, President of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. Please welcome Mr. Muhammad Daud Muhammad Arif.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good afternoon. I myself usually are very comfortable with mic in my hand and walking around the stage, but today I'm representing the Minister and also the President, so I'll be a bit more disciplined. I'll be reading her text. First and foremost, Ms. Karima El Khoury, United Nations Resident Coordinator for Malaysia, my close friend, recently close friend, Dr. Mi Yong Choi, Officer in Charge, UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Regional Office in Jakarta, Excellency, delegates, and colleagues around in Malaysia from the world as well. As I mentioned, first and foremost, it is a regret and it is with great sincere apology from the Minister of Education herself that she's unable to make it today, and therefore, I'll be reading her remarks of the Excellency Madam Fadlina Sidek, the Minister of Education Malaysia, as well as the President of the Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO. It is a privilege for me to grace and honor a decade of partnership between the Government of Malaysia and UNESCO, including all of our strategic partners as well. Indeed, it has been a remarkable journey for Malaysia, UNESCO Cooperation Programme, Malaysia Fund in Trusts, which has enabled Malaysia to be cooperating with several prominent strategic partners for the Sustainable Development Goals implementation. Since the start of MUCP in the year 2013, the Government of Malaysia, together with UNESCO, has produced 36 significant projects and benefited approximately 7,000 participants from 87 countries across Asia and the Pacific, small island developing states, least developed countries, and Africa. MUCP is a genuine testament of Malaysia's commitment towards sustainable future in all the competencies of UNESCO, namely education, natural and social sciences, culture, communication, and information. As Verna Ely has outlined in her 12 guiding principles in knowledge, she has mentioned that knowledge seeks community. Knowledge wants to happen just like life wants to happen. Both want to happen as a community. Therefore, the driving force of MUCP's success in the sharing of technical expertise and the dynamic flow of information among all strategic partners globally to promote innovation, creativity, and the support of delivering intersectoral cooperation and delivering transversal solutions. Excellencies, delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, today is the day that commemorates the celebration of cooperation that stems from the friendship that has driven by global goal of SDGs. MUCP is proven to be a model for effective global leadership for international development cooperation, which could be mirrored in other regions or adapted to address other key challenges across the globe. With this, I would like to congratulate all the subject matter experts, policymakers, academia, local communities, and strategic partners for their valuable contributions to the programs under MUCP. By garnering pool of expertise and dedication, we have unlocked possibilities in many areas in the developments of transversal solutions which can be adopted and improvised to overcome future challenges. The project implementation by MUCP has covered various levels of needs. This includes inspiring talents of young artisans, devising appropriate water policies, practices and education, ensuring disaster risk resilience to UNESCO, to to UNESCO designated sites, and empowering girls in science, technology, engineering, and mathematics for education. In addition to that, the program also addressed the challenges of climate change from the perspective of journalism, promoting inclusive social development, and as well as open sciences. On behalf of the Minister of Education, as well as the first woman to be the President of the Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO, it is our great pride to highlight that MUCP has also accentuates the promotion of human right-based approaches in addressing the well-being of women, family and children that inspire social inclusion and cohesion. I'm also proud to say that MUCP undeniably has assumed a vital role in supporting UNESCO towards sustainable achievement of the internationally agreed goals. These achievements were the result from mutual engagement of government, social partners, academicians in promoting South-South cooperation with the aim to address the priorities of member states and UNESCO in order to better the communities around the globe. Excellencies, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we urge the global commitment to enhance social cohesion in building towards differently to accelerate the implementations of SDGs in the next 7 years to come. With a strong emphasis on young people, prioritize investment in our people, and ensuring that no one is left behind. In conclusion, I would like to end my speech with the gracious words of Malay pantun on the spirit of unity and cooperation. So here it goes. Ribut-ribut bawa pukat, melihat gunung di Selat Jawa, kita hidup tanda muafakat, tolong-menolong tanda sejiwa. Together, we commit towards a better future. With that, I thank you and terima kasih. Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, Mr. Muhammad Daud Muhammad Arif, Under-Secretary for Strategic Planning and International Relations of the Ministry of Education, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, representing Her Excellency the Education Minister of Malaysia, President of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, for the welcoming address. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us now have the UN Resident Coordinator in Malaysia, Singapore and Brunei Darussalam for a speech. Please welcome Ms. Karima El-Khoury.
Mr. Muhammad Daud Arif, Under-Secretary for Strategic Planning and International Relations at the Ministry of Education and Secretary General of the Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO, representing Honorary Minister of Education and President of the National Commission for UNESCO. Ms. Mi-Yong Choi, Officer in Charge of the UNESCO Multisectoral Office in Jakarta. Mr. Ahmadul Mukhtar bin Muhammad Hiriani, Executive Secretary of the Malaysia National Commission for UNESCO, representatives of the Government of Malaysia, members of the Diplomatic Court, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored to address this esteemed audience. I extend my sincere appreciation to the organizers of this event, celebrating the achievements and remarkable journey of the Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program. The collaborative initiative between Malaysia and UNESCO stands as clear example to the value of South-South cooperation as the most sustainable form of development assistance. As we have just heard from the Honorable Secretary General of the National Commission for UNESCO, this program has made significant strides in fostering positive change across multiple domains. Through joint efforts, we have witnessed the transformational impact of our collective actions. At the heart of the MUCP is a shared commitment to global development through interactions, cross-fertilizations, and the transfer of knowledge and skills between nations. This cooperation program has delivered win-win outcomes and has left an indelible mark on Malaysia and the countries it has supported. Most of all, it has positioned Malaysia as an important emerging development player. At this critical juncture, marking the halfway point to 2030, the global deadline for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, the power of partnership, collaboration, and collective action cannot be overemphasized. The SDGs were endorsed in 2015 as a blueprint for achieving a better future for all. A comprehensive plan to end extreme poverty, fight inequality and injustice, and protect the planet, ensuring that no one is left behind. Halfway through the timeline of the 2030 Agenda, we know that the progress achieved is way below the speed and scale required to deliver on global goals. This is true in Malaysia, but this is also true, and more true, in LDCs and small island development states. The MUCP exemplified a partnership-based approach vital for the realization of the 2030 Agenda and the rescue of the Sustainable Development Goals, to use the UN Secretary General's words. This program was founded on the principles of solidarity, mutual benefits, and shared experiences, and crucially embodied South-South cooperation, empowering countries to take ownership of their development processes and find locally relevant solutions. Through collaboration, which has extended beyond borders, it has also opened up opportunities for Malaysian professionals to learn and share their knowledge and expertise in championing sustainable practices, mitigating the impact of climate change, safeguarding the history and our diverse cultural heritage, and fostering inclusive and equitable education systems. This is also the essence of the UN mission in Malaysia. Guided by our cooperation framework agreed with the government, we seek to foster collaboration, multi-stakeholder engagement, knowledge sharing, and resource mobilization. We advocate and support comprehensive strategies that address complex challenges and drive transformative change at all levels. The UN country team works with a broad range of strategic partners to ensure vulnerable groups are not left behind, to enable people to secure decent jobs in a fairer economy, to help transform Malaysia's public health and education services, and to enable climate action and protect biodiversity. UNESCO is a valuable member of the Malaysia UN family. Through its stewardship with the Ministry of Education of the MUCP, it has promoted sustainable development, cultural preservation, and education. The program's legacy and hopefully future phases will not only contribute to boosting progress towards SDG 17, which is the partnership goal, but also SDG targets related to the economy, society, environment, innovation, technology, and culture. As we come together to celebrate the MUCP achievement, we acknowledge it is a blueprint for successful collaboration, inspiring nations to follow suit in addressing the challenges that we have ahead of us. We also acknowledge the dedication, passion, and unwavering support of everyone that has contributed to its success. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Karima Al-Khoury, UN Resident Coordinator in Malaysia, Singapore, and Brunei Darussalam, for the speech. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let us now have a speech by the officer in charge of the UNESCO Multi-Sectoral Regional Office for Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei Darussalam, the Philippines, and Timor-Leste. Please welcome Dr. Mi Yong Choi.
I think I'm the smallest one amongst the three. Good afternoon, Excellencies, members of diplomatics, international participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of UNESCO, it is my great honor to welcome you all to this special event commemorating a decade of Malaysia-UNESCO cooperation program, especially Mr. Mohamed Daud Mohamed Arif, the Under Secretary for Strategic Planning in international relations in the Ministry of Education in Malaysia, and also he has two heads. The other one is the Secretary General, Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. And my sincere welcome goes to Mr. Ahmadul Mokhtar bin Mohammed Hayani, the Executive Secretary, Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. And of course, Ms. Karima El Khoury, UN Residence Coordinator for Malaysia, Singapore, Brunei, Darussalam. Representatives from all of the different sectors of government of Malaysia, UN agencies, of course, honorable our guest from embassy, all ambassadors, UNESCO partners, and the national and the international guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today, we gather here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, to celebrate the remarkable achievement and consolidate the impact of the partnership between the government of Malaysia and the UNESCO, the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. Later on, you will visit each booth, and you can see our different sections. That is UNESCO's for. Since its inception in 2013, the MUCP has been a shining example of collaboration and cooperation, fostering sustainable development, preserving cultural heritage, and advancing knowledge and innovation. Actually, some of you joined only this afternoon, but most of you since this morning. And actually, for your information, we had some introductory session for MUCP on the history and what kind of the achievement we have been. So with your kind permission, after this first session of afternoon, I will invite my colleague Adito, but I will not give him more than 10 minutes. So what he provided in the morning, if I reiterate very quickly, the more than, actually around 7,000 people engaged in MUCP project across Asia, the Pacific, and Africa. 87 participating countries, including 75 countries from the global south. So this is more likely South-South cooperation. 80 partners countries worldwide with each 41% of world nations. 30 major implementation partner countries with its 80% from that one, but most importantly, 10 of the major implementation partner countries are LDC, least developed countries. More than that, 103 implementation partners and 28 major implementation partners, organizations from all over the world. And 55% of LDCs and 36 of the SEED, small island development states, they have been involved in this MUCP, which is a significant percent. And then this is, I'm really proud as well, 15 UNESCO field offices in different regions, different countries. We are working together with Malaysian government from the Asia, the Pacific, Africa, and Europe too. So this collaborative initiative has not only brought together the expertise of Malaysian institutions, UNESCO, and the other member states, but also it has actively engaged various stakeholders, including government, non-government, civil society, youth, academia, and the UNESCO network. throughout these years, Malaysia has demonstrated its commitment to the ideas of UNESCO, actively participating in initiatives that promote education, science, culture, and the protection of our shared heritage. As a member of UNESCO since 1958, Malaysia has forged a strong partnership with the organization, especially through the Malaysia UNESCO Cooperation Program. You can hear the UNCP's these terms of it. And making significant contribution toward the LDCs and the seed, as I mentioned about some statistical information in Asia, the Pacific, and the Africa. We are delighted to launch today with the several key elements of this MUCP, including a coffee table book entitled Progressing Together, MUCP Contributions to a Sustainable Future, which is a complication of the program's successful stories. This book represents the culmination of a decade of hard work, dedication, and the collaboration. It is a testament to the power of partnership and the positive change that can be achieved when we join forces. So especially over the next 3 days, we bring together local and the international experts, UNESCO network, and the fellow member state to mark significant milestones in our partnership. So this event serves as a platform. It's not the end. It's another starting for us to reflect on the profound impact achieved under MUCP. So in doing so, we host an interactive exhibition, as you can see, surrounding yours, of the MUCP, with the MUCP colleagues, in where we showcase, many showcases we do, is remarkable contributions. Actually, we intentionally including Saturday as well, because some of the school students and the university students can come over. So that was intentionally. But we understand your busy time schedule, so invited today afternoon. So this exhibition truly, therefore, serves as a source of inspiration and the knowledge, highlighting the innovative solutions and the best practices that have been developed over the years. Most importantly, school and the students, and the university students and the colleagues, I truly wish they can share our stories and for future, their potential contributions. That is, I'm looking for. So, I might conclude this, the opening remarks, but rather than opening, I wish we can continue our cooperation, and especially you will see what kind of the activities major. Adito, once again, don't go for more than 10 minutes. And then especially my sincere thanks on behalf of UNESCO. I should not miss your dedication, passion, and the hard work have made a significant difference in the lives of many people. And your efforts will continue to shape a better future. You can remember that 83 countries is not the small numbers. And then this is a significant contribution from Malaysian government, not only them, with those countries who work together so far. So let us celebrate this milestone and renew our commitment to building a more inclusive, sustainable, and prosperous world through international cooperation. Once again, thank you so much for your support and the participation, and especially the big thanks goes to the Malaysian government and truly on behalf of UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dr. Mee Yong Choi. You are kindly requested to remain on stage for the next agenda. Once again, I'd like to invite Dr. Mee Yong Choi to be on the stage once again for the next agenda. And I would like to humbly request the presence of Mr. Muhammad Daud Muhammad Arif, Ms. Karima Al Khori, and Mr. Ahmado Mokhtar Muhammad Hayani on the stage as well. It is time for the key moment of this event, which is the much anticipated launch of the MUCP Achievement Event 2023. And now, we invite Mr. Muhammad Daud Muhammad Arif together with the other three distinguished guests for the launching gimmick, where they have to place their palm on the screen. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the MUCP Achievement Event 2023 is now officially open. A big round of applause. Not only does this event focuses on a high-level discussion, it also features the official launch of numerous MUCP items, which includes the MUCP Coffee Table Book, a compilation of the MUCP's success stories. And as you can see, from UNESCO to the Government of Malaysia, we present to you the MUCP Coffee Table Book. Let's allow a minute for the photographers to capture this memorable event. What a lovely photo it has turned out. Thank you very much. And now we would like to thank Mr. Muhammad Daud Muhammad Arif, Under-Secretary for Strategic Planning and International Relations of the Ministry of Education, Secretary General of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO, representing Her Excellency the Education Minister of Malaysia, President of the Malaysian National Commission for UNESCO. And as promised by Dr. just now, and now we would like to invite Mr. Ardito Kodijat, the National Professional Officer, UNESCO Jakarta, to give a brief introduction on MUCP to our guests who have just joined this afternoon. Please welcome.
Thank you very much, Excellencies. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I promise I will try to make it short and brief. So, as Dr. Myang mentioned, there is a lot of history that has been established for these past 10 years. And it is, I think, very important for us to always remember history and also to remember what has happened. So, it actually started 65 years ago, in 1958, where UNESCO, Malaysia joined UNESCO as one of the member states. So 65 years for human timeline, it's where they actually retired. But for international cooperation, it is actually where it reached the maturity and it's its prime. So we are looking at actually 65 years of cooperation between Malaysia and UNESCO. It is actually in the prime time. 51 years after Malaysia joined, and as mentioned, that Malaysia is now going into these emerging developed countries. Malaysia have playing a lot of roles in the global platform. UNESCO, Malaysia and UNESCO agrees in the 39th of the General Conference that establishing what they call the Malaysia-UNESCO Cooperation Program. This program starts to be implemented in 2013 with very important and significant contributions where the government of Malaysia contributed about 9 million for UNESCO to implement activities in accordance to its mandate. What is very unique here is that in UNESCO there are a lot of what we call the funds in trust. Many of these funds in trust were actually government provide funding to UNESCO to help to implement programs in the country. This is quite specific because what Malaysia do is that the MUCP funding is to work on South-South cooperation, Global South. So the funding to be used is not only benefiting Malaysia, but also making sure that it is benefiting the South-South cooperations, benefiting the development of the Global South. And this is which is very unique in terms of this MUCP cooperation. And you can see in the map behind where actually it engaged globally from Africa to Asia Pacific. So this is reachable because of this MUCP. So, and it started in 2013. And if you remember at that time, we are at the end of the Millennium Development Goal, the MDGs. And in 2015, we globally agrees that we are moving from the Millennium Development Goals, we move into the Sustainable Development Goals. So MUCP also adapt, adjust, as well as focus its activities in trying to attain this 17 Sustainable Development Goals that has been agreed and is implemented at the global level. In addition, there are a lot of other global frameworks that has been developed at that time, which is the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reductions, and MUCP being flexible in terms also trying to adapt as well as adopt into this development of this global framework, trying to continue to contribute to this global framework. And we can see that the MUCP actually contribute 14 out of the 17 SDGs. Yes, of course, MUCP focuses on international partnership, which is the SDG 17. But then many of the activities that is being conducted in details actually contributing to the different SDGs, starting from SDG 1 until the other SDGs. And at least 14 SDGs actually has been touched, has been engaged, and has been contributed by many of these MUCP project activities. And there are about 36 projects. And what you see on the other side is this actually reflection of the 10 years of activities contributing from the MUCP. So we have 36 projects or activity, and 14 are primarily in education, which is very important, and it's related to SDG 4, of course. And then there are 7 which is address the natural science, 4 engage with social and human sciences, 3 address the culture, and 3 address the communication information, and there are 5 other activities that actually try to interlink as well as leveraging from this different of this MUCP activity. And as has been mentioned also by Pak Daud, Ibu Miang, that the activity is not only engaging Malaysia, but also engaging different part of the world. So 14 activities basically focusing on Asia Pacific. Many other activities are focusing on Asia Pacific and the small island developing states. There are activities that involving Africa and the small developing states. There are activities that involving the least developed states. There are activities that is focusing only on African states and so forth. So you see that this is a very wide range and really, really addressing the South-South cooperations as well as the development of the Global South. So this statistic, it is very interesting. As I mentioned this morning, I tried to memorize, but it's just too much information, which is very important, and I don't want to miss anything. So as has been mentioned, 7,000 people have actually engaged with this MUCP within this 10 years. So around, if you make an average, around 700 people engage in MUCP activities annually. So it's a lot of activities a lot of engagement that has been done. And this 10 years, we engaged with 87 participating countries. So it is about 75% of the global south. Imagine 75 countries. UNESCO's member is about 165 members, so many of them are actually engaged in this sector. 41% is actually partner from the world nations, so we have about 80 partners from the countries worldwide, 30 major implementation partners in countries, and 80% is actually from the global south. We engage with 10 major implementing partners, which is from the least developed countries, hoping that the sharing the lesson learned from Malaysia, from the other, actually can become a lesson learned in terms of how actually moving from the least developed countries into these emerging developed states. Of course, when we engage with 17 countries, then we are engaging not with the countries, but we are engaging with the experts. The experts from these 87 countries are always engaged in this MUCP activity. So MUCP have benefited about 55% of the least developed countries and 60% of the small island and developing states. Ibu Miang also mentioned, although this is managed by UNESCO Jakarta and UNESCO Bangkok, but also we actually engaging with at least 15 UNESCO offices worldwide. So worldwide, 15 countries in UNESCO understand what is actually MUCP, what is actually the benefit of MUCP, and actually how MUCP has been contributed into their programs. And of course, most importantly, that we are engaging with Malaysian institutions, and at least 31 Malaysian institutions are engaged in all of these 36 activities that we are conducting in the past 10 years. I have 1 minute left, so reflections. MUCP often highlights stories, so this was a statistic, but however, we have to remember that it's a number, but there are people behind the number, and these people which actually being touched by this MUCP activity. So it's not about the number, but it's about the 7,000 people, personal career development and everything that has been touched through MUCP. So the story demonstrates that the working with sharing between countries is important. This is a very important model for South-South cooperation, that South-South cooperation can work. Countries can develop partnerships, develop programs, as well as implemented activities. So I think that will be my last slide. So again, I would like to invite everybody to give a big applause to MUCP. I think we have reached a lot of activities. As I mentioned, what has been displayed is the reflection of 10 years journey into the different activities, and we really invite you to look into this exhibition. And also the next 2 days, we will have actually a talk show where actually people who have been engaged will share what actually have benefited them and how actually the MUCP has contributed and how actually global South-South cooperation has been working. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ardhito Kaudijat, National Professional Officer from UNESCO Jakarta, for the brief introduction to MUCP. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the opening ceremony of the MUCP Achievement Event 2023. All of you are invited to visit the exhibition booth. And of course, on your way out, don't forget to get a copy of the newly launched MUCP coffee table book at the registration desk. You are also cordially invited for some refreshments, and have a pleasant day ahead. Until we meet again tomorrow for more exciting talk on the outstanding achievements and contributions of Malaysia to the sustainable future. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before you go, let us take a group photo. I would like to invite our photographers to be on the stage so that we have a clearer, better angle. Meanwhile, I would like to invite our guest of honor, our distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, to stand up and give your best smile. Get closer to one another. I will tell you when should we give the best smile. Let us give some time for the photographers to get ready. Photographers, are you ready? Okay, now is the time. Okay, one for the video, and would you like them to say something? Okay, let's say MUCP together on the count of 3. And wave your hand and be as cheerful as possible. 1, 2, 3. Not good enough, ladies and gentlemen. The photographer, the cameraman said not good enough. More cheerful. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, he's satisfied. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.